테스팅. 이게 영어예요. 영어입니다. 지금 제가 나오고 있는 게 영어 좀 해주세요.
이거 마이크를 우리 정리해야 될 것 같은데.
그러니까 요소 5개 지금 하면 된다. 그거 밑으로 하나. 깔끔하게 지금 정리가 됐어요. 복잡할 거 없어요.
영어 제 말 들린다고요?
한국어입니다. 한국어. 네. 잠깐만요. 처음부터 다시 갈게요.
한국어 채널입니다. 한국어 채널 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘 셋. 한국어 채널 마이크 테스트입니다. 하나 둘 셋. 하나 둘 셋. 한국어 채널.
영어 안 나가야지.
온라인 때문에 그러시죠?
네.
감독님 좀 무선 마이크 하나 주세요. 제가 두 개를 같이 얘기할 테니까. 네. 저 이 무선 마이크.
이거는 한국어. 그거는 영어.
아니 그냥 플로어로 주세요. 플로어로. 한국어 영어가 아니라 플로어로.
저희가 자장에 올라가면 날아줘야 되거든요.
네.
자장 선생님들 한국 사람이 3분이고 외국인이 5분이시니까
네.
외국어 얘기할 때는 이제 한국어가 나가야 되고
네.
통역이.
네.
그다음에 한국 사람이 얘기했을 때는 반대로 가요.
네.
반대로 가요.
네. 그렇게 나가요.
그래서 요거 테스트 이렇게.
아니요, 이거는 상관없어요.
네?
얘는 그냥 그러니까 저희가
전부 영어로 안 돼요. 전부
뭐라고요?
전부 영어로 안 돼요 위에서.
다 영어로만?
다 영어로 하신다고요? 네네.
한국어 말하시는 분 아무도 없어요?
한국어 얘기하시면 안 됩니다. 그게 문제가 생기거든요. 네. 그러면 상관없어요. 네.
저희가 한국어 드리고 영어 드렸잖아요.
네네.
그 입력이 예를 들어서 1번 한국어, 2번 영어라고.
예, 상관없어요.
그렇지.
그러니까
네.
근데 저희가 여기서 이게 한국어거든요. 채널이 한국어 채널. 이게 영어 채널이거든요.
네.
그다음에 이제 좀 영어로 다 하신다니까
네.
한국어는 없어요.
그렇죠.
한국어는 빠지는 거예요.
그렇죠.
예.
네.
그래서 여기서 이제 얘기를 하면 이제 한국말로 통역해서 나가는 거죠.
그다음에
영어로 얘기하면.
예를 들어서 영어로 얘기하면
안녕하십니까. 해양선무차관 박준영입니다.
한국어 크게 해서
오늘 제9회 북극해
그러니까 한국어만 나오고 영어만 나오면 된대.
아, 그래요?
그러니까 BGM처럼 깔리는 게 아니고
아,
저게 유튜브에서
그냥 한국말만.
한국말만
아.
영어는 영문만. 그러니까 이게 BGM처럼 깔리는 게 아니고 그러니까 30대 70 이런 게 아니고
아.
이해가 되셨죠? 서울에는 지금 그렇게 하는데
아.
서울에는 이제 BGM 개념으로 8대2나 뭐
네,
7대3이나 이렇게 가는데 여기는 이제 한국은 한국, 영어는 영어 그렇게만. 네, 그렇게 해달라는.
그러면 제가 우선은 그러면 어떻게 해드려야 되나요? 테스트를 저기서 한국어만 계속 얘기하고 영어만 계속 얘기해 볼까요?
지금 한국 분이 없으니까 한국어는 지금 실질적으로 한국어는 없어요.
아, 그래요?
한국어는 없고
영어만?
지금 영어만 계속 나가는 거거든요. 그러니까 영어만 오늘 레스 앤 젠틀맨 뭐 이렇게 영어만 계속 나가는 거죠. 그러면 영어 소리를 동시 통역을 한국어에만 넣어주면 되는 거죠, 저희가. 맞죠? 맞죠? 그러니까 영어는 지금 필요가 없는 거지. 예. 그러니까 일이 줄은 거지 지금. 오케이? 그다음 영상만 확인하면 되는 거예요. 영상에서 일단 이거 되면 되는 거죠.
식사 안 하셨어요?
가방을 가져가셨어요? 선생님 잘 가지? 그러면 갔다 올까요? 그러면?
운동 갔어? 대박. 대단하십니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. 됐죠? 예, 해결된 거죠. 예. 그러니까 한국어 채널은 자 한국어 채널. 그래서 우리한테 하나 받아가지고 한 소리.
그럼 영어 통역만 나가고. 예.
영어 이게 SOV가 영어가 나가야 돼요.
저건 어차피 넘어온 소리니까 저희 마이크는 바로 나가잖아요.
아니 이게 나가면 지금 한국어잖아.
아니 그러니까 지금 영어 테스트 한다니까.
아니 그러니까 이게 영어로 넣으면 영어만 나가야 되잖아. 영어 나오고 통역이 나가야 되는 거야.
통역 나가죠. 그러니까 지금 이거 테스트 하는 거고요.
even only through virtual means this time around. I am going to share.
Dear hosts and guests of the Arctic Part. Dear hosts and guests of the Arctic Partnership Week 2020. First, let me congratulate you on the 30th.
Dear colleagues, I would like to greet you on behalf of myself and on behalf of the Skolkovo Moscow School of Management. I am the head of JAR direction on the Skolkovo Energy Center, and I would like to present to you my vision of possible ways of
Hello, I'm Jim Gamble. I'm a senior fellow with the Institute of the North.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. 네, 반갑습니다. Thank you. 잘 들어가나요? Thank you. 이거 영어입니다, 이거. 축사 다 사회자분 빼시고는 전부 다 영어로 다 얘기하세요. 이해하셨죠, 감독님? 네, 영어. 잉글리시. 마이크 끄겠습니다.
Shortly at 1:30, the Arctic Policy Forum will begin with the opening ceremony. Today's forum will adhere to social distancing policies. For participants unable to join us in person, the forum is live streamed online. For participants in the room, please be seated by 1:30. And please adhere to the COVID prevention policies by wearing your facial masks. The Arctic Policy Forum will begin with the opening ceremony at 1:30. I would like to ask all participants in the room to be seated. And now, the opening ceremony of the 9th Arctic Policy Forum will begin. Good day. I am the MC for the 9th Arctic Policy Forum. My name is Lee Soo-gi from the Korea Maritime Institute. First of all, I would like to thank all viewers tuning in for the opening ceremony. And as part of social distancing rules, this event is live streamed online and proceeding offline in tandem. The 9th Arctic Policy Forum will address the topic Arctic Cooperation for New Decennium through 2 sessions. In particular, various Arctic-related issues of this year will be reviewed, and a new direction and response measures for Arctic cooperation will be explored in this important event. Right after the opening ceremony, the Arctic Roundtable and presentations will follow. Please stay with us. And to mark the beginning of the 9th Arctic Policy Forum, President Chang Young-tae of KMI will deliver opening remarks. Please warmly welcome President Chang.
Mr. Park Jun-young, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, Ambassador Lim Hun-min, Arctic Ambassador of the Republic of Korea, Dr. Kang Song-ho, President of the Korea Polar Research Institute, Honorable Kim Sung-jin, former Minister of Oceans and Fisheries, distinguished ambassadors and members of the diplomatic corps in Korea. Good afternoon and welcome to the 9th Arctic Policy Forum. I am very honored to have all of you here with us in Busan. The whole world is going through COVID-19 pandemic this year. The Arctic is also not an exception. The economy and life in the Arctic region are affected significantly by COVID-19. In the meantime, there is a potential threat of epidemic from the Arctic, where ancient viruses and germs revive due to the melting of the permafrost in the Arctic. We need cooperation to fight against COVID-19. We should cooperatively respond to the challenges of the Arctic, such as climate change, accelerating ice melting, and also maximizing the opportunities such as development of Arctic sea route and resources. This year marks the 30th anniversary of diplomatic ties between Korea and Russia. I trust that in the future Korea-Russian relations, Arctic cooperation will play a key role due to common interests of Russia's Arctic and New East Asia policy and Korea's Arctic and New Northern policy. Also, ambassadors from Arctic states are gratefully attending this forum to share their valuable thought on borderless cooperation between Arctic and non-Arctic states in spite of the pandemic. KMI has been inexorably supporting the government's Arctic policy while promoting cooperation with Arctic Council. Some of our endeavors are contributing to capacity building in Korea by holding North Pacific Arctic Conference and current Arctic Partnership Week, as well as operating Korea Arctic Academy every year. I hope today's forum and Arctic Cooperation Week will bear a successful and meaningful fruit, serving as a significant platform to brighten the future of Arctic cooperation. I would like to conclude by thanking again all the dignitaries from home and abroad for attending the Arctic Policy Forum in person and via online. I wish all the participants and their families good health and happiness. Thank you.
Thank you, President Chang, for your kind words. And next, Vice Minister Park Jun-young of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries have sent us his welcoming remarks on video. Here is Vice Minister Park. Good day, I am Park Jun-young, Vice Minister of Oceans and Fisheries. The 9th Arctic Policy Forum is joined by Ambassador Lim Hun-min for Arctic Affairs, Chairman Einar Gunnarsson of SAO of the Arctic Council, ambassadors of Canada, Russia, Denmark, Finland, Norway, and Sweden to the ROK, President Chang Yong-tae of KMI, President Kang Song-ho of COPRI, and all distinguished participants who have taken time out of their busy schedules for this event. Thank you all. I also express my heartfelt gratitude to all staff members for preparing this event. Korea is an official observer to the Arctic Council, which was made possible based on the grounds laid by the Arctic Policy Forum, which today celebrates its 9th session. Through previous Arctic Policy Forums, we have discussed cooperation by the international community for the sustainable development of the Arctic. In particular, last year's forum led to the Arctic marine debris joint research between Korea and Norway, which was a significant outcome. However, the COVID-triggered cutoff between nations and regions have presented unexpected challenges to Arctic cooperation. Amid such crisis and change, in order to wisely navigate through the post-COVID era, the Arctic Policy Forum this year discusses the topic of Arctic cooperation for new decennium, which is all the more significant. The Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries strives to fulfill Korea's role as an observer to the Arctic Council. As pan-global extreme weather events are triggered by changes in the Arctic marine environment, the next generation icebreaker research vessel will be built. Furthermore, in order to resolve international issues at hand, scientific research has been given wider support, and new exchange programs that engage the Arctic indigenous people has been developed as part of broader cooperator projects. At the Arctic Policy Forum today, I ask you to present a new direction for post-COVID Arctic cooperation and uncover actionable policies by pulling together your wisdom and insight. Once again, welcome to the forum, and I wish all polar community members good health and happiness. Thank you very much.
Vice Minister Park Jun-young, thank you very much for your welcome remarks. Next, we have distinguished guests to congratulate the 9th Arctic Policy Forum. First, we have Im Hoon-min, Ambassador for Arctic Affairs. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Dr. Jang Yong-tae, President of Korea Maritime Institute, Mr. Park Jun-young, Vice Minister of Oceans and Fisheries, Dr. Kang Sung-ho, President of Korea Polar Research Institute, Your Excellency Kim Sung-jin, former Minister of Oceans and Fisheries, my fellow ambassadors, distinguished guests, and all participants who are connected virtually. It is my great pleasure to participate in the 9th Arctic Policy Forum as my first official schedule since I was appointed as the Arctic Ambassador of Korea last week. I am also grateful to meet with the Arctic policy leaders, distinguished ambassadors, and the diplomatic corps through this forum. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are currently living through a once-in-a-lifetime global pandemic that has upended our daily lives, health systems, economies, and even our interpersonal relationships. At the same time, our planet is on the brink of the climate crisis as temperatures surge, sea levels rise, and wildfires burn. Today, I would like to highlight that these crises are even more amplified in the Arctic. COVID-19 has dramatically impacted the Arctic due to the remoteness and uneven access to adequate healthcare and housing and other infrastructure shortcomings. This past summer, the Arctic recorded new alarming temperature records and ice melt. In Svalbard, a Norwegian Arctic archipelago, all-time temperature records were set, and the polar sea ice hit its lowest extent for July in 40 years. While rapid Arctic climate change is not news at all, this phenomenon is increasing in its severity, scope, and societal consequences. The problem is not confined to the region solely. It matters outside of the Arctic as well, because changes in the Arctic climate and environment affect the entire planet. Thus, the Arctic environmental change is an issue, urgent and important to us all, and we are all responsible for it. Communication between the Arctic states and the non-Arctic states is crucial for the effective supervision of the Arctic region. Left unaddressed, these global crises, together with the COVID-19, will deepen and leave the world even less sustainable and more fragile. One thing we have learned from the COVID-19 and addressing climate change is that no single country can tackle it alone. We have to work together through a multilateral approach. The Korean government has been very keen to take part in Arctic-related activities, such as Arctic Council meetings, forums, and bilateral dialogues with Arctic countries. We are also holding a trilateral dialogue on Arctic with China and Japan. Going beyond the Arctic context, Korea has been making efforts to address both COVID-19 and climate change. In July, we announced the Green New Deal, which is a recovery package that will bring us back on our feet. With this stimulus package, we are also aiming to align our long-term climate action. As President Moon announced in our 2050 carbon neutrality goal this October, we hope to contribute more to the international efforts to address climate change. With that said, I hope today's Arctic Policy Forum will help us discuss how better to collaborate on policy directions that enable more sustainable Arctic cooperation in response to these crises. Let us gather efforts together to solve the challenges ahead. I wish this forum a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Im Ho-min, for your kind words. And I would now like to invite President Kang Sang-ho of COPRI. Please join me in welcoming President Kang.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to President Jang Yong-tae of Korea Maritime Institute for the successful preparation of the 9th Arctic Policy Forum in the middle of very crisis. My appreciation goes out to Ambassador Im Ho-min, the Ambassador for Arctic Affairs of the Republic of Korea, also Mr. Gu Do-young, the Division Director, Marine Development Division of Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. And my appreciation also goes out to Mr. Kim Sung-jin, former Minister of Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, and my friend, Councilor Patrick Haver from the Embassy of Canada, and Ambassador Einar Jensen of Denmark, Ambassador Pekka Metz of Finland, Ambassador Frode Solberg of Norway, Ambassador Jakob Hallgren of Sweden, and Ambassador Andrei Kulik, not here, but from Russia. In the year 2020, many people witnessed that climate change is not only eventually actually happening, but also affecting significantly even our daily life. Scientific collaboration is very important to respond to the challenges posed by climate change, because the Arctic is changing faster than any other region on the Earth. And the Arctic is so vast, so the international cooperation becomes essential to better understand what is actually happening up there. So I think doing science is closely connected with policy. This is the reason why at COPRI are also putting our efforts into supporting policy making and governance for the Arctic sustainable development. In addition, we all are aware that international efforts towards responding to global climate change, symbolized by the Paris Agreement, should be built on best available knowledge and information. And best knowledge and information becomes available through long-term observation in the Arctic and scientific research. At the same time, scientific research needs to reflect policy directions and identify the question at hand, so that science should ensure itself
responds to the common issues faced by humanity and contribute to providing practical answers. This demonstrates the inseparable relationship between science and policy. Science provides the basis for the development of sound policies. And in turn, those policies present a roadmap of pressing matters that scientists need to address and resolve. With climate change accelerating as we see today, carrying out scientific research geared towards solving problems is increasingly important for the development of joint international responses. Therefore, today's forum is a meaningful opportunity to discuss the prospects for Arctic climate change and governance from the policy perspective. We look forward to having discussions on policy contributions, responding to Arctic changes, and how science and technology can help advance the policy responses. I hope that today's discussion will contribute to resolving the global issues we face by providing insight for scientific research in the Arctic. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Kang Sung-ho, for your remarks. I would like to once again extend my gratitude to Jang Young-tae, President of Korea Maritime Institute, His Excellency Lee Moon-min, Ambassador for Arctic Affairs for Minister of Affairs, President Kang Sung-ho of COPRI, and all of our online and offline participants. And now I would like to invite our distinguished guests to begin our very first session. The very first session will be the Arctic Roundtable discussion that will be inviting Arctic ambassadors from Arctic states, Arctic ambassador at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and President of COPRI. I would like to kindly ask our distinguished guests to take their seats. Thank you. Before we begin the Arctic Roundtable discussion, let me briefly introduce you to our distinguished guests. We have Ambassador of Embassy of Norway, His Excellency Frode Solberg, His Excellency Einar Jensen, Ambassador of the Embassy of Denmark, His Excellency Jakob Hallgren, Ambassador of the Embassy of Sweden, His Excellency Pekka Metso, Ambassador of the Embassy of Poland, His Excellency Patrick Hebron, Charge d'Affaires of the Embassy of Canada. The moderator of the Arctic Roundtable discussion will be President Jang Young-tae of Denmark.
Probably before proceeding with roundtable discussion for the speed and smooth proceeding of our discussion, I'd like to propose to ask all the panelists to call me YT, as my friends do so. So therefore, I can call you back probably your first name. Okay, right. Okay, let's get started. Okay. I've got some kind of cue cards. So in some parts, I'm trying to read some of the cue cards, and I'll speak my own some other times. Okay. Thank you so much for attending despite your busy schedule. For the discussion today, we invited ambassadors from Arctic states, Arctic ambassador at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and President of Korea Polar Research Institute to talk about the directions for the Arctic cooperation and measures to address Arctic issues. Before we start the discussion, let us invite Honorable Einar Gunnarsson, Chair of the Senior Arctic Officials of Arctic Council, for his keynote speech. After that, we will play a video message sent by Russian Ambassador Andrei Kulik, who couldn't make it here today due to his schedule. Let's welcome the Russian
It is a
Einar
great pleasure
Gunnarsson.
to participate once again in the Arctic Partnership Week and the Arctic Policy Forum in Busan, even only through virtual means this time around. I am going to share with you some of my thoughts on our Arctic cooperation and the future ahead of us. I would, of course, have preferred to be able to address you all in person, just like the past 2 years when I traveled to Busan to join you. As we all know, such travel is out of the question while we fight this pandemic that has forced the world to rethink and re-evaluate most of what we took for granted in the past. It is now becoming clear to us that COVID-19 has been and will continue to be, for some time at least, one of the biggest challenges that we have encountered in our lifetime, on a global scale, but also on a regional scale. It has challenged us in many ways. It has affected the way we live, work and play, and the Arctic and its population are no exception. Already last spring, the Arctic Council prepared a briefing note on COVID-19 in the Arctic. The main findings were that the pandemic may pose increased risk in the Arctic because of existing vulnerabilities and new challenges, but the briefing note also pointed out some strong characteristics in Arctic societies that may help them getting through the pandemic. Even before COVID, the Arctic region had already started to adapt to a new reality and to look at things in a new context. The pandemic is accelerating that trend. Increased virtual activities can, for example, be a challenge for remote communities and their inhabitants when telecommunications are not up to standard. But when bandwidth is sufficient, remote participation can allow Arctic residents better access to international cooperation. Most projects of the Arctic Council are on track despite the disruptions in in-person meeting activity due to the pandemic. The main reason for that is that the Arctic Council working groups have already for many years been using virtual platforms extensively to support their work. The main adaptation needed was at the level of the senior Arctic officials that have until this year only made limited use of virtual meeting platforms in their work. That is now changed, and just last month we successfully held the first online plenary meeting of the senior Arctic officials. As you can hear, it is both an exciting and challenging time to chair the Arctic Council. The overall focus of our chairmanship has been on sustainability. The three pillars that carry sustainability, that is, society, environment, and economy, have therefore formed the foundation of the Icelandic chairmanship priorities. And just as a reminder, they are the Arctic marine environment, climate and green energy solutions, people and communities of the Arctic, and a stronger Arctic Council. These four areas highlight some of the most pressing issues in the circumpolar north. A large part of the Arctic is covered by oceans, and a vast majority of the Arctic communities are shore-based and owe their livelihoods to ocean-based activities. Climate change is a global threat of an unprecedented scale and calls for worldwide mitigating efforts. But even in a best-case scenario, with a fully implemented Paris Agreement, the Arctic is expected to see its average temperature rise by some 3 to 5 degrees Celsius. So even in the best-case scenario, we will need strong adaptation in the Arctic to the unavoidable changes in our natural environment. For that, we need participation and commitment, not just from the Arctic states and our permanent participants, but also from a wide variety of stakeholders. Public-private partnerships are needed to deal with some of the infrastructure requirements, for example, in the fields of telecommunications, sustainable shipping, emergency preparedness and response, and green energy. After all, there are some 4 million people living in the Arctic that deserve to have a comparable path to the rest of the world for developing their societies in a sustainable manner. The Arctic Council provides the most important tools at our disposal, and we need to continue to develop the Council so that it is fit for that purpose. One aspect of that is continuing to find ways for meaningful engagement of the observers in the work of the Arctic Council, as the Icelandic chairmanship has prioritized. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said before, I would much rather have been with you in person in beautiful Busan on this important occasion. However, this time, this video message will have to do. Korea only became an observer to the Arctic Council in 2013, but has a long history of high-quality polar and maritime science through both the Korea Maritime Institute and the Korea Polar Research Institute, and is known for its transparent and cooperative working methods. This makes Korea an invaluable partner in Arctic cooperation. I want to conclude my remarks by thanking you again for the opportunity to address you today, and I truly hope and believe that our great cooperation on Arctic matters will continue in the future, and that in due time I will be able to return to your wonderful country to continue our cooperation in person. Thank you.
Dear hosts and guests of the Arctic Partnership Week 2020. First, let me congratulate you on the 30th anniversary of the Russian-South Korean diplomatic ties establishment. As you may know, this year both our countries planned more than 300 various events dedicated to this symbolic occasion. Unfortunately, most of them were postponed or even cancelled due to the outbreak of the coronavirus infection. Today, I would like to say a couple of words on the matter of cooperation in the Arctic and post-coronavirus period. The global pandemic caused a reduction of scientific activities in the Arctic. The main reason was the risk of infection spreading among the personnel of the Arctic stations, which are situated far off main transportation lines and administrative centers. Furthermore, there is a danger of affecting the isolated and small indigenous nationalities of the North, and borders closure fundamentally limits the possibility of international cooperation in the region. The significant drop of oil prices led to considerable correction of Arctic hydrocarbons extraction time frame. For example, American company ConocoPhillips and British BP announced shelving of new polar projects and minimization of staff on the active oil derricks. Australian oil search postponed to the year 2022 the exploitation of oil field in the Nanushuk River Basin. The state of Alaska is predicted to receive about $1 billion less to its budget this and next fiscal years compared to the pre-pandemic forecast due to the deficient oil tax and duties. Nevertheless, the implementation of Russian projects in far north, Arctic LNG-2 and Vostok oil is moving forward. Our government repeatedly stressed the strategic importance of the Arctic for the future development of Russia. Therefore, all projects in the region have full support from the state authorities. We anticipate that the hydrocarbons instructions there will begin in 2023-2024, and we expect that by that time the world demand for energy will significantly increase due to the restoration of global economics after financial and industrial crisis induced by COVID-19. At the same time, environmental protection policies are also being implemented in Russia to reduce pollution caused by people. Many companies run large-scale projects related to this issue. For example, the Nornickel company is fulfilling a $2 billion environmental protection project which will reduce emissions of sulfur dioxide in thrice by 2023. The volume of cargo transported via Northern Sea route continued its growth despite the coronavirus outbreak. I want to remind you that in 2017, the Arctic route was used to transport 10 million tons of cargo. In the first half of 2020, the conveyed volume was nearly 15 million tons. The plan is to increase this figure to 80 million tons by 2024. We believe that COVID-19 would have minimal impact on that schedule because the main consumers of the Northern Sea route are active oil fields developers. In Russia, Arctic routes have capacity to provide safety and transport efficiency. This includes the modernization and construction of ports, railroads, airports and motor roads, the improvement of navigation systems, and organizing special rescue teams in the immediate vicinity of the Russian Arctic. After the triumph over COVID-19, which I hope will be achieved in not so distant future, we expect further activation of Arctic development in every possible sphere: hydrocarbons, transportation, science, environment protection, and so on. Besides, despite certain contradictions happening in the Arctic, it is still a relatively militant and politically relaxed area. There are many possibilities for the Republic of Korea and other countries to contribute to the region apart from exploring its energy and transport capabilities. For example, we expect vast international cooperation in projects such as recycling associated gas generated from developing hydrocarbon deposits, reducing air pollutant emissions, clearing up accumulated environmental pollution, and treating solid waste. Moreover, Russia plans to establish by 2022 International Carbon-Free Scientific Station in the Arctic called Snezhinka, which is translated as snowflake. The station will be working on solar, wind, hydrogen power, and its purpose is to test, implement, and widely promote nature-conserving solutions in the area of life support technologies. We already proposed our Korean partners to take part in the construction and operation of the station, considering the experience Seoul has in the field of green energy. I am sure that the Arctic will continue to contribute to Russia's development and international cooperation in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair Einar Gunnarsson and Ambassador Andrei Kulik. And now we can proceed with discussion among the panelists. I trust and all the panelists must have received priorly prepared questions. And I believe there are two different set of questions. One is a common question, and the other one is an individual question. So let's take up first the common question. After 2 rounds of questions for discussion, if time allows us, we'll have our interactive discussion among the panelists. Furthermore, if time allows us, we'll give the floor to some of these in-person participants, other thing. But the time is very tight. And let's first take up the common question. COVID-19 is the most popular topic of the year. Restrictions on exchanges and trend of non-contact created by COVID-19 are slowing down the economic activities of the world and the Arctic Circle, and are also threatening public safety. Along with the issues of Arctic governance, environment, economy, development, and Northern Sea route, COVID-19 is making the Arctic Circle even more unstable. With that in mind, let me ask a common question for all the discussants. The political and economic environment surrounding the Arctic is dramatically changing due to global warming. Also, the impact of COVID-19 has on the Arctic region is growing. Against this backdrop, what kind of challenges are we faced with now, and how can we address them? Please share your thoughts in 3 minutes. First, let us start with Frode, my good friend, on my right-hand side. Then we move on to left from there and other thing. Okay, I'll follow the order given by the organizer. Okay, Frode?
Thank you very much, Young-tae, and I really appreciate it. Let me also, I would like to use this opportunity also to thank you for yet again inviting us to this important meeting place, because for the Arctic nations, those of us who are here, those who have said something on video, this is indeed a very important meeting place, not only for our countries, but for the globe. And I feel I would like to commend you for the interest that you show in these areas, because I feel that I'm surrounded by experts. And I do feel that I can expect that with my friends from the Nordic countries and from Canada. But I really do feel that I'm surrounded by experts also from you, from Professor Kang, and also Ambassador Im, who we know that just recently, but he held a speech here that took away all my points for this afternoon. So it's a clear sign that the Republic of Korea is a keen and important and strategic partner when we talk about the development in the Arctic region. And we very much appreciate that from the Norwegian perspective. As you said, my friend, the COVID-19 situation, I think, has underlined some of the global trends that we have been witnessed for quite some time. And that is the reason why the security situation is changing as well. We are experiencing in different areas maybe increased tensions, but it is at the same time very, very important to keep the Arctic and the Antarctic regions as low tension areas. I think we have been successfully doing that for quite some time. I might be coming back a little bit on that topic issue later on. But I think I would maybe underline that even in these COVID-19 times, to underline that even those are very serious challenges that we are facing, it's still the most serious challenge the human race is facing is climate change. And we see that very clearly in the Arctic regions. We see, as Ambassador Im said, we have seen a number of records being broken now this summer, in previous summers, that the situation is deteriorating and it's getting very, very serious. And that is something that we have to focus on. It's something we cannot let pass. And that is why I would like to underline perhaps one key answer in your question is we need knowledge, we need the keen interest from the global society, we need the keen interest not only from the Arctic nations, but like the Republic of Korea. Because without knowledge, without expertise, without the interest that you show, I think we will have a challenge persuading also the global society to understand what we're talking about. Because we can, in the Arctic region, see what we are talking about. And this is no illusion. This change is actually happening. So to continue our cooperation, to continue the research, because to have the correct policy, that is fact-based. And that is also why the Science Day tomorrow is just as important as today's Policy Day, because we need information, we need facts in order to make the right decisions. So I don't know if that's a very, maybe a little bit abstract reply to your question, my friend, but still, I think to continue the good cooperation, to continue with the same amount of expertise, the same amount of resources that we're putting in there today, and not least from the global society, not least from the Republic of Korea, that is something that is key to solve future challenges. Thank you.
Usually we give a round of applause to any speaker. Then the next speaker is Einar from Denmark.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting us all back for the Arctic Week here in Busan. I've now been here a year and 3 months, and so it's the second time I'm here. I'm very pleased to be here. I think it's a very important forum because there are challenges in the Arctic environment that we all need to deal with, and I'm very glad to see that Korea is paying such an interest in it, and we have such strong partners here in Korea to work on research and many of the areas that are needed. Denmark is one of the, Arctic coastal states, and we are proud to be so. It's a kingdom of Denmark, consisting of Greenland, Faroe Island, and Denmark jointly. And I think one of the main challenges we have right now is the climate issues. You can go, you can see how the glaciers are melting and what kind of trouble we will be in the future. And we need to address that. But in order to address problems, I think we need, as Frode said before, we need to keep it as a low tension area. We need to avoid conflicts. We need to be able to work closely together. Unless we can do that, we will not be able to solve problems. So low tension area is key for Denmark. And it has been so in the past strategy, the one running from 2011 to 2020. And we are into actually a new strategy for the next 10 years that we are drafting right now. Maybe I can come back to that later. But otherwise, climate change is very real and very important. Another important thing is that we continue to work through the institutions we have. I mean, the Arctic Council is an important vehicle that we have touched upon now. I think the Arctic Economic Council is just as important, and we, it has not been around for so long. It was initiated by Canada, and I think bringing in the business community into the discussion with the governments is key actually to ensure you have a good development for the people in the area, but also good development and use of resources. And finally, I think what we must not forget, and what maybe has been disappointing for many years, we have our Arctic, International Arctic Scientific Cooperation. I think we spoke a lot about it last year, and we had several Danish researchers here. They were all fired up, ready to go, and I think the most disappointing part for many people has been COVID-19 coming and taking 2020 away from us. But we should not give up. Many of you can continue to work online, and you should do that. And I think there has been established many good scientific links between our countries. And this can be a good and strong vehicle for future knowledge, future solutions for the Arctic, and so on. So I wish we do not give up. We continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Einar. Don't give up. So we'll hear about probably same voice from Jacob from Sweden. Did you give up?
Sorry?
Did you give up?
Definitely not. No, I don't really think we would ever give up, and especially on these issues which are existential. And let me just echo my colleagues from Norway and Denmark in thanking you, thanking COPRI, thanking KMI, thanking the Ministry for Oceans and Fisheries, and of course welcoming Ambassador Lim into this new very important position. And as the colleagues have said, it's quite impressive with the Korean engagement and commitment to these issues. And I must say I'm so pleased to be invited here again and be part of this. I just wish we could, develop this collaboration even more. So apropos your questions, I think I would like to take the opportunity to talk about the fact that Sweden has actually just very recently adopted a new strategy for the Arctic. So I thought I should share some news about that, and Denmark is about to do it. Sweden just did it, and I think it might be of some interest. I mean, needless to say, we are an Arctic country like all of the others, and it's important to us. And this is the fact that we've adopted a new Arctic strategy is a sign of how important it has become and that things have changed. And if I would summarize our new strategy, it's about people, peace, and the climate. I think that sums it up, both when it comes to the climate changes, all the issues related to the living conditions of the people living up there, including COVID, as you just mentioned. And this is the first time since 2011 that we are updating our strategy. And it's really to take into account the dramatic changes in climate, which has been talked upon, and we all know that. But also, I would say, the deteriorating international situation affecting developments in the Arctic. And so this is not a security policy, but it has some elements of security policy in it in order to take into account that things are indeed changing. And I'd say that this very much reflects increased climate and environmental commitment on part of the Swedish government. It has always been there, but it has become dramatic, as we have discussed. So, and in terms of the security policy dimension of this, I remember 10 years ago, or a bit less than 10 years ago, when I worked at SIPRI, and we used to say that the high north is a region of low tension. But that situation, I don't know if it can be taken for granted any longer. And you know, with this in mind, we will work on two tracks here. And one is to really focus on upholding the rules-based international world order. So strengthening cooperation and dialogue and international collaboration, including confidence-building measures in the Arctic, very much in line with international law. And as from our point of view, we very much see the Arctic, the North Atlantic, and the Baltic Sea as a strategic whole. So, you know, we are even, you know, deepening our security and defense policy cooperation in the immediate area, not least with our fellow Nordic countries here on the panel here today. And I think I'd like to mention, because this is, you know, it's important, it's about international law, and here we are first of all and notably talking about UNCLOS. You know, it's the central framework in the maritime area, and I also want to highlight the Ilulissat Declaration from 2008, which essentially says that Arctic states are resolving any overlapping claims by peaceful means, and that was reconfirmed only 2 years ago. And here, coming back to the Arctic Council, and this is also kind of covering, you know, all of the important aspects of our strategy. That is the central forum. It fills an incredibly important confidence-building role. We can look back, as was said, to more than 25 years of extremely important and successful collaboration, and it has indeed been efficient and successful. Especially thinking of the international law and confidence-building aspects, I think we can point at 3 agreements that has been brokered by the Arctic Council, one on search and rescue, one on cooperation on marine oil spill, and one on scientific cooperation. And that, you know, is incredibly precious, which will be upheld and supported, we think. And there is a special role for these 8 Arctic countries, but of course, and this is a wonderful expression of that, the engagement by interested partners and observers, and most notably so the Republic of Korea, is extremely welcome and something we should build on. But I think, you know, judging the world, how it has changed over the last 10 years or so, we need to, you know, underline the focus on international law and established forum of cooperation. And then finally, a couple of words. One is on the European Union. From our point of view, we think that it's incredibly important that the European Union, you know, should essentially become an observer to the Arctic Council, and they have a lot to bring to bear when it comes to climate knowledge, incredibly strong on international law, etc. And then finally, let's not forget the people. Coming back to your question about COVID, and but not only COVID, as Frode said, I think you know, the bigger crisis, the existential one, is how the 4 million people living in this area of the world will be able to cope with the fast changes, and in some ways some of the livelihoods just virtually, you know, running or you know, pouring away. So that must be put square and center in our policy, and I think in our strategy, I think in everybody's else. So those are some of the thoughts. I'm sorry for taking some extra time, but I thought that since this was a fresh strategy from the printers, I just wanted to share these views with you today. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that detailed elaboration on the new strategy, as the part of your answering was actually covering the second round of questions, your new strategy. Although probably you're the most eloquent speaker among the Swedish people, you took a bit longer than my expected time, but you covered about the second part of my question. So to strike the balance, you did your job pretty well. So, okay, let's move on to next Finnish Ambassador Pekka.
Thank you very much. Distinguished representatives from the ministries and Institute Corporate. It makes me really great pleasure here to be here for the very, very first time. I've been only 3 months in Korea and already amazed about what your country has to offer. And this, of course, this Arctic Partnership Week is really a great opportunity to go into the depths of the policies that my colleagues here already have pointed out. The contribution of Korea, it has been said here, I think it to all of us requires our great admiration, because you have been very actively working in these issues since 7 years ago you joined as an observer of the Arctic Council. Then more about the content. So the strategic importance of the Arctic region is further growing, and that we know as a result of climate change that has been mentioned, the increasing level of economic activity, and opening up of the new transport connections with the Arctic. In this connection then, 2020, the discussion today of post-COVID-19 implications is important, so I try to concentrate on that. The COVID-19 has been seen in the Arctic as a new development, which is posing a direct new challenges in the region, especially because we are dealing with the small and remote communities that are clearly more vulnerable than the general populations are. So we need new approaches, activities, and interventions. It may even bring about quite fundamental change how we work also in the Arctic questions, because public health has to be now in the future priority for the Arctic Council and the Arctic cooperation in general. I think this goes very much in the line what your president has said about the regional cooperation to this end as well. So we must ensure then that the region becomes better equipped to confront future pandemics and other health issues, and that the Arctic societies are resilient. The health impacts that then are coming in addition to this of the climate change require also serious attention now. Climate change facilitates, namely, the spread of new plant and animal species that may carry diseases and viruses previously unknown to the Arctic. They may carry risk of the sensitive Arctic ecosystem as well. Similarly, melting of permafrost may awaken viruses that have survived for a long period of time. And thawing of permafrost presents risks beyond the Arctic region itself. So we are really intertwined here by many means, also through the questions of public health. The prominent role of the Arctic Council is essential as regards addressing the current and future pandemics and other health issues in the Arctic region. Since the beginning of COVID-19, the Arctic Council has been vigorously trying to find ways to cope with the new situation and to prepare for possible similar future scenarios. The Arctic Council, as we know it, brings together Nordic, North American, and Russian regions, as well as observatory countries. But we can also benefit from the substantial scientific knowledge of the different working groups that we have established and to its mandate to pay particular attention to the situation of indigenous peoples that we know that also Korea has paid due interest into. Here I would like to bring up one working group, and that's the Arctic Council Sustainable Development Working Group that handles key aspects related to the health issues in the Arctic. I wish to point out as a recent success story, a joint Finnish-US-Canadian project, One Health, which also Norway and Denmark has recently joined. The project namely addresses health matters as one of the interlinked issues between human and animal health and the environment. As the questions here also in other fields in Korea are coming out with the bird flu cases and so on, we don't get rid of these things soon. This project that I mentioned has been ongoing already since 2015, offers important aspects to cope with the COVID-19 and related matters also in the future. Finally, Finland wants to contribute to the global preparedness to address current and post-COVID-19 challenges in the Arctic. As has been mentioned here, in this vein, my government also is again setting ambitious goals for the Finnish Arctic policy. We have heard that many of us have done it or are planning to do the new strategies. We are preparing ours, and it's going to be introduced soon. And now we actually find it's a very opportune time, because this year has been a big lesson to us what needs to be done differently. And so the new strategy will definitely take on board very prominently the health issues, including the pandemics. A wake-up call to us maybe in the Arctic region as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Pekka. A lot of emphasis on health issues, not only for human being, but also animal and other things. We do care about animal as well in Korea. Okay. And to Patrick from Canadian Embassy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here on behalf of Ambassador Danaher, who's in Canada this week. So I'm very pleased that I do have the opportunity to be with my colleagues and talk about the Arctic, an issue which is very important to me personally as well, as important it is to Canada. Like my colleagues have done before, I also want to thank our Korean partners. We have a long history of working with KMI, COPRI, and the Arctic Ambassador, and we look forward to continuing working with you in the future. Maybe a short note before I try to answer your question. I would just mention that usually at the Embassy of Canada, we expect some gender balance on panels, but I understand that the participants on this panel today were selected based on their titles, and that the organizers have made efforts to have gender balance on other panels. And I would like here to salute my Norwegian colleague who recently with COPRI hosted a specific seminar on women in the Arctic. So this is something that Canada also appreciates. And we appreciate the gender balance throughout the Arctic Partnership Week. A few of our colleagues today, if I try to answer your question, talk about the Sustainable Development Working Group, which is a very important working group in the Arctic Council, and the report that they released earlier this year about the impact of COVID-19 in the Arctic. And their report highlighted the unique challenges that northern communities face with this pandemic. It also looked at historical situations of pandemic. And what we see is that remote communities are usually either extremely susceptible to the impact of the virus, or because they're remote, they might be protected from the virus. Among some of the challenges that were identified in the report, we noted that indigenous people have in the past experienced a higher level of pandemic mortality. So this is a real concern. And depending on local circumstances, this might be attributed to a number of factors, including imbalances in healthcare and vaccine distribution, local government responses, or community pandemic planning, or simply access to information. From our perspective in Canada, and I think it's important that I highlight this because I've also spent some time in the Nordic, and the Arctic in Canada is quite different from the Arctic in the Nordic. And for us, it means different challenges. So from our perspective, we've seen communities across the Arctic in Canada have experienced various levels of COVID-19 infection, and in some cases, that has significant impact on local infrastructure, and something we need to keep in mind. So as a result, we've provided targeted COVID-19 funding to address the needs, the specific needs in the Canadian Arctic. And those funds were directed to areas that are aligned with our Arctic framework, which ours was, the new one was adopted in 2019. I'd be happy to talk about it later if we have time. But basically, we're looking at increasing access to food, healthcare system preparedness and mitigation efforts, support for northern businesses. This is also important. And in Canada especially, securing critical air services so that we can ensure essential resupply and continued access to remote northern communities. And just recently, we saw a sudden rise in cases in one of our northern territories, in Nunavut, which is also very concerning. So we've announced, again, immediate funding to support the government of Nunavut, but also the Inuit community and Inuit organizations who are responding to COVID-19. So when we look at the post-COVID, what we're looking at mostly is the theme of building resilience to better equip and support those communities in the Arctic as they adapt to those new realities. And again, under the leadership of the Icelandic chairmanship of the Arctic Council, the Sustainable Development Working Group, which we mentioned before, hosted the Arctic Resilience Forum through online sessions this fall. And we see those sessions as one example of how we can all contribute to concrete outcomes and improve the resilience of Arctic communities in our countries. So with our support to the work that is done in the Sustainable Development Working Group, we look forward to more multilateral and bilateral cooperation so that we can learn from each other as we respond to the pandemic, both in our big cities but also in northern communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the elaboration with all details. Probably that you played much better role compared with your ambassador. Usually, ambassador knows about just a general thing, not the specific one. There is very much updated information. Okay, after the 4 ambassadors and 1 the embassy representative, let's hear about 2 Korean representative voices. And Ambassador Lim, your mission some months ago, some weeks ago, so probably you are probably the newest one to what's going on in the Arctic. But even so, you must be fully aware of the challenges arising from COVID-19 when it comes to Arctic issues. So let's hear about his voices.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, let me join in commending the everyone who made this forum possible under these very, very difficult situations. And I would like to first of all thank for the very warm welcome for my appointment. And I really look forward to very close working relationship with all of you not only my fellow ambassadors, but also all the institutes who are related with these Arctic cooperations. As the chair just mentioned, I was appointed last Friday, so today is the third day of my appointment. So I don't think I'm in a position to make any professional comments on this very important issue. So instead, I would like to just share the points which my colleagues in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs prepared for me in response to these very, very important questions. The rapid Arctic climate change has been around for a while now, but what is really alarming is that the phenomenon is becoming more serious in severity and scope and societal consequences. According to recent study, in just 15 years from now, the Arctic Ocean is expected to be ice-free for part of the year. However, the more serious problem is this will not be confined to the Arctic region solely. Let me take a very practical example, which all of us experienced. This year, we had 54 days of summer monsoon in a row, setting the record for the longest rainy season in Korea since the data has been recorded. The Meteorological Administration concluded that this very unusual, long and heavy monsoon season is an extreme weather phenomenon caused by climate change. The abnormal temperature in Siberia caused the cold air to stay on the Korean peninsula longer than usual, and this prevented the seasonal rain front from advancing north. The heavy rain clouds, they were explosively compressed while staying on the Korean peninsula. So as such, the Arctic environment change is an urgent issue to us all, and we are all responsible for it. So what should we do in tackling the situation of multiple crises? I think we need to focus on three things. First, excuse me. Faced with these unprecedented multiple challenges, we must also realize that current crisis may be an opportunity of a lifetime. This can be an opportunity to build our society better and greener. So all of us should make sure that we'll recover from the difficulties of the COVID-19 through environmentally sustainable measures. The second, we need to make sure that our short-term action plans are well aligned with our long-term goals. If we can all make an ambitious commitments to reach our 2050 goals, we will certainly get closer to what we hope. Lastly, this issue can only be solved through cooperation. So we should make joint efforts to achieve our common goals. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Although today is his third day as ambassador, coming from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, actually he updated about the government mindset about the COVID-19 provided us with new opportunity. And secondly, our national president committed himself to comply with international emission reduction by 2050, called Zero Carbon Society. Korea has just joined this one. And number three, there is a definite need of international cooperation as we are doing today. Excellent. Okay, finally, and we have the real expert about the polar research area. Dr. Kang probably has been the most frequent visitor to the Arctic, probably among Koreans. And not only as the visitor, he knows about the most in-depth scientific knowledge. So please tell us about your experience how the COVID-19 has given us new challenges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and ambassadors. It's my pleasure to be here. Since last June, I have served as an acting president, and recently I became the new president of COPRI. So 2020 was my very hard time as a leader to decide, and everything was mess. So as you know, the COVID-19 was a crisis, restricting and disruption for all scientists all around the world, Arctic country and non-Arctic country. And COVID-19 is, is kind of side effect of global warming and climate change. So we have to summon. Many people asking me, why do you go to Arctic polar region? You also make pollution. You also make the scientists, make mess in the polar region. But someone should be there to know what's going on there. So scientists need to be there to get observation data. So that's why, as a scientist, this is our mission to be there, so all scientists. But this year was very difficult to control. We have one station, and we have many stations in Norway. We have colleagues working with Norway, Sweden, Canada, Finland, and Canada. So also we have 2 stations in Antarctic, and Chilean side and New Zealand side. But to be there, we have to get on board and flight, but flight canceled. So we have to change it, our schedule. The project stopped, postponed, and everything was mess. So we decided to continue our project. We decided to use only Korean icebreaker, our own. And so before getting on board our own quarantine process, we have a strict rule before getting on board. So we tested 2 times. Also, we carried a container, special container for the COVID-19 test kit, including. So fortunately, we have get successful data from Arctic. So usually we stop by Alaska to change the crew and the scientists, but this time only non-stop, no refueling, no resupply. So from Korea to Korea. So we could get very valuable data from the Central Arctic Ocean, East Siberian Sea area. So also our own is now in the Antarctic to change overwinter teams and also the scientific mission. So even they need to stay 5 months on board our own. But this is very challenging time. So as a scientist, I eager. This is very important time to deal with this phenomenon wisely. It's urgent time for us to observe and characterize and quantify processes and properties of Arctic system. And also we need to work together to identify the critical observation and product and service that are relevant to the Pan-Arctic observation. And also we need to strengthen multinational engagement in the Arctic observing. So finally, we need to collaborate very closely with our partners here to find synergy and joint activity. So this is important time to work together. We need to deal with this crisis together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for providing us with real field knowledge. Though most of us spoke about using our own one side of brain, all that he spoke about was coming from his hands-on service, and the data collection and observing the Arctic was a major issue. By the way, tomorrow morning and onwards until the end of the week, our national government actually declared Global Korea Exhibition Week. And tomorrow morning is the opening day, and we plan to actually invite our president, and instead of him, our prime minister and spokesman of the House parliamentary will attend together with several ministers. And one of the highlighting events about showing the world how Korea has been globalized is actually connecting the Prime Minister or the spokesman through our ocean minister, contacting the Arctic and Antarctic research bases, actually. So if you are willing to visit what they are doing in the Arctic and Antarctic area, and I strongly recommend you to visit his research institute, whereby real-time basis, they always monitor about what's going on by using CCTV over the screen, not only the Arctic, Antarctic two bases, as well as Pacific Island status. So in a sense, they are trying to monitor all the oceanic, actually, observation things using their monitor, CCTV, other thing. I don't think you actually have the man-based station in the Arctic. But no.
Station in Norway.
Norway, okay, I see. You are using Norway station. I see. I told you, Norway is our twin brother country. Okay. Okay, then let's move on to second part of our discussion, which is individual question. And I believe some of the panelists already covered up largely that second part. So if you think you already spoke about second part of question, you can speed up and skip that part because time is running. And we'll invite the last comes first. So we start again from Dr. Gang. For his individual question, this is the given question. COPRI is one of global leading polar research organization. Could you elaborate on what the future cooperation plan is to contribute to the activities of the Arctic Council for sustainable development? Okay, are you ready, Dr. Gang?
Yeah, I'm going to keep talking about science. For sustainable development, we need to know the nature, how to use wisely the nature, so the scientist can give answer. So the COPRI's main mission is to determine how Arctic system is changing on time scales of season and to decade with respect to the consequences of sea ice and glacial decrease affecting the climate ecosystem. So our priority number one is to develop sustained Arctic observing and data management capabilities to improve coupled and land, ocean, sea ice, atmospheric monitoring and modeling effect in order to advance understanding of climate impact on weather and ecosystem. So we aim to identify critical observation in Pan-Arctic observation. So priority number two is to enhance the scientific framework and capabilities forming the foundation for protecting environment and sustainable development in the Arctic. So we're going to strengthen international the cooperation for long-term monitoring in the Arctic through ongoing Arctic Council's endorsed programs such as Synoptic Arctic Survey, Europe, and Mosaic, something like that. So we trying to involve in Arctic Council's programs. So we aim to facilitate a connected, collaborative, and comprehensive long-term Arctic observing system. And we are willing to contribute towards integrated and well-defined observing network that enable access to high-quality data, expertise, and information in support of scientific understanding. So we're also trying to promote international contribution to establish and sustain and timely access to the Arctic data through an easily accessible system. As I mentioned before, I think doing science is very closely connected with policy. This is the reason why we are also putting our effort in supporting policy making and governance for the Arctic sustainable development. So I think it is inseparable relationship between science and policy. So science provides the basis for the development of sound policies. So in turn, those policies present a roadmap for pressing matter that scientists need to address and resolve. So COPRI, also as a president of COPRI, I'm willing to have a policy contributions responding to Arctic changes and how science and technology can help advance the policy responses. So next year, Arctic Council, Arctic countries will celebrate the 25th anniversary. So Korea, KMI COPRI will join in the celebration and continue our contribution in the language of science. Thank you.
So we can foresee what he's going to do for the near future. Another thing, I think in close cooperation with Norway, you also emphasize the importance of science, so a fact-based system, monitoring, other thing, international collaboration. Next year, you're going to join the 25th anniversary of Arctic Council. Where is going to be held? Where? Russia. Okay, I see. Okay. Then let's move on to Ambassador Lim. Although you are on the third day of your new mission, what's going to be the role of Korean government for Arctic cooperation in the future as a responsible observer state of Arctic Council?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I think you agree that this question is too huge for just the third day's novice in these areas. But even though I'm on a learning curve, in the beginning, what I can say under this question is that Korea has been and will continue to contribute to the Arctic process and the discussions based on sustainable development principles. Korea is one of the most active observer countries in the Arctic Council, and I was very happy to hear from many ambassadors of commenting on this point during their presentation. And we participated in almost all Arctic-related discussions held in the context of Arctic Council, surely open invitation. We have been regularly attending the Arctic Circle, the Arctic Frontier, and other similar conferences. However, at the same time, as we have to admit our constraints as an observer in the Council framework, we are pursuing a more harmonious, the bilateral and the multilateral approach to the Arctic cooperation issues. We have had bilateral dialogues with the 6 Arctic countries and have engaged in a trilateral dialogue on the Arctic with China and Japan. Korea also operates the ice-breaking vessel Aron, which is dedicated to scientific research on the polar regions. We have also a number of institutions such as KMI and COPRI that have been working on Arctic-related issues for many years. This is why I believe Korea has the potential to contribute in many Arctic Council projects and initiatives. Of course, we are already engaged in many of them. We can also strengthen our bilateral and trilateral dialogues and seek for cooperative measures with them. Another area that we can further promote is Arctic scientific research through Aron and other facilities. One of the interesting programs that Korea has been running is academic programs for the youth from the Arctic. We have invited young students and scientists from the region to study in Korea every year. And we would like to continue this program as soon as Corona-19 situation gets stabilized. Yesterday, I had an opportunity to have a very useful discussion with some experts, and the promotion of a relationship with a group of Arctic peoples at the governmental level was strongly advised. We will pay due attention to this issue as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for learning very quickly about, as an observer state, how much Korea is constrained, but you try to closely cooperate with the other observer states, China, Japan, other things. At the same time, you mentioned importance of probably committing sustainable development goal declared by our national president. Easier said than done, we say like this one, but in this case, Korea is fully committed. Actually, we are not talking right now. We are implementing all the detailed other things. So you will hear about the changed image of Korea from bad guy to probably the good guy. Okay. Okay, then my friend Froth, you need to talk about new white paper on Arctic policies. What are the new aspects since the last one compared with the previous one? Would you explain what are the key features in the white paper?
Thank you very much, Yang Teo. I think maybe mildly humoristic in a way, but maybe the only good thing that the COVID-19 situation has provided is some time to finalize all these strategies. Because as I hear my dear colleagues as well, that I think many countries have updated their Arctic strategies this year and launched them. So have we. We have been working with this for quite some time. It's been an extensive process. And since time is scarce, I'll try to just focus on a few things. But as my colleagues have pointed out as well, I think the overall focus of our renewed strategy, which was launched as a white paper to our government actually just a couple of weeks ago. So it's brand new. And the overall aim is to maintain a robust Arctic policy that takes into account the changes that we have seen for quite some time now. Our previous one was also from 2011. And it was time to take into account some of these dramatic changes that we have seen, climate change being one of them. Since we talked about that, I will not go too deep into that because we all agree upon the fact that that is the overarching challenge for all of us. But it's also focusing more on security issues. And takes into account some of the changes we have seen there. But I would also like to maybe start out by saying it reaffirms a key point in our Arctic policy that stays on, and that is the commitment to international cooperation, the commitment to international law, and the existing multilateral framework that we know from today. That is still extremely important. And of course, that we have to maintain the good relations that we have with our Arctic neighbors and all cooperating states. That is very important. But then again, the underlying, maybe the changes and the most visible changes is a more focus on that a lively, active northern part of Norway is important for the security and the livelihood of the Arctic region. So that's even more visible in this strategy than the previous one, with a sustainable economic growth, resilient, strong communities, and that is important for livelihood, for healthcare, and for security. And one important part of that is to give people the opportunity to live just as easily there as everywhere else in our country. Access to education, access to jobs, access to economic benefits that are both sustainable, but also possible to maintain a high quality of living in the northern areas. I would also like to underline the importance of, because that's part of the economic growth issue that I think is the same in all of the new Arctic strategies that have been mentioned today. But maybe one key point as well, that the climatic challenges, the opening up of possible the sea routes, that is becoming more and more visible and possible as we see on a yearly basis, so to speak. And that requires even more focus on safety and emergency preparedness. And this is one of the areas where this new strategy is focusing even more than the previous one. And I guess that's a clear result of what we see, that more countries see the economic possibilities and also some of the, let's say, the challenges that the security situation. We have underlined, all of us, the importance of maintaining, keeping the Arctic region as a low tension zone, But there are some trends out there that we need to we need to take care of this in a very conscious way, and that requires our continued effort to maintain this as a region for cooperation and a region for low tension. So I think that will just sum up some of the key features. Also, I would like to maybe also mention what Ambassador Im said, that the Arctic Frontier is also, like the Arctic Partnership Week here in Korea, Arctic Frontiers remain a very important meeting place, and that sort of continues to be one of the main platforms for cooperation and for sharing of insights about the Arctic. So that also has a special place in our strategy. Thank you very much.
At the beginning of the first round, the given question, he tried to keep low profile, saying he is probably less knowledgeable compared with her. When it came to the second round question, he showed off all the deepest level of expertise, mentioning many things. I was quite impressed, and a lot of his messages sounded similar to Korean New Deal. You may have heard the Korean New Deal, emphasizing two pillars of the project. One is the digitalization, the other one is the Green New Deal. And finally, now we are talking about, as you mentioned, about the equal opportunity across the region. So that's the regional New Deal, like the information divide and equal opportunity to access and all these things. And I think we are sharing common experience, common prospect, and other things. Okay, then let's move on. That sounded also like the Korean government new strategy toward prosperity and peace, probably as given by the challenge arising from COVID-19 and climate change issues. Okay, next one is Einar. Okay, Einar didn't mention about the new strategy. He promised to talk about this one. Okay, in the first question. Okay, your turn.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're just behind Norway in the sense that we have a draft strategy of 50 pages, I believe. I will not talk about all the 50 pages because we have not got time for that today. I will highlight 6 areas for you. First one being on the peaceful and secure Arctic. We spoke about it before. Unless we have a low tension area, unless we're able to cooperate, we go nowhere. So it needs to stay there as low tension area. And Jakob mentioned the Ilulissat Declaration, how important it is that whenever we have conflicts, we need to resolve them through peaceful negotiation and use of international law. That's a key one for us. And then the second one is to build trust based on regional and international collaboration. That is us as partners and others coming in, being close with us. This is very important for us. Several of you have mentioned the third one for us. That's about the human beings to be in the center. I mean, we know that we have 4 million people or more living in this area up there. They're remote in small communities. How do we service them best? How do we let them enjoy the benefits and opportunities that are there, talking about economic, but how do we at the same time also help them with the health aspects, education, and development? So people in the center of our activities, be it in the small and remote areas. Fourth one is on nature and environment. I mean, all of us agree climate change is a big animal out there. It's going to be big changes for Arctic region. And I'm very glad, Mr. President, as you said, Korea has stepped it up. You have come out with a Green New Deal this summer. It's probably one of the best that we have seen around the world. It's going to make a difference on the climate issues. And your net zero commitment just recently by President Moon is certainly also going to be a commitment. Denmark has just a couple of days ago committed to no more fossil fuel from our North Sea. We will stop any oil drilling and so on, and there will be no use of gas and oil after 2050 from our fields. That's another big important step to that one. But I think we need to deal with climate change, and we all need to chip in. And one word I want to say is, I mean, some of our countries we can power the world with renewable energy. Korea has got what it takes in foundations, towers, marine cables, and some of us has got, you know, the turbines to put on top of it. So that will be world-class renewable energy that we see in Europe coming up. It can be the same here. Finally, I think on research, I just want to say sustainable economy is a given thing. And I think what Canada has spearheaded, you know, to draw in the private sector is definitely a good opportunity. On research, I think we have all been disappointed. I know when I was sitting here last year, the Danish researchers talked with Korean researchers about, you know, going to the north of Greenland and going to, you know, Aarhus, a scientific camp, or the camp of Copenhagen in Greenland, or DTU. All of these plans were died with COVID-19 to some extent, because you cannot have 50 researchers in a camp if the plane can only take 12 away in, you know, when you are hit with COVID-19. So many of these plans have been shelved, but I think good plans are on the way, and we are from the Danish side definitely prepared to continue collaboration closely with all partners around here today. So these are the elements of our new strategy. I think they are good. I think they will definitely make us able to be a key player together with you guys. Thank you.
Whoever controls the trade will control the world. And trade is mostly carried by shipping company, and Denmark owns and runs the biggest shipping company in the world. So if your country is moving forward to decarbonization, other thing, and also North Sea, not using fossil fuel, that's the great impact on commercial viability. I think that will game-changing impact in the world. Great. And Jacob, you talked a lot about the detailed thing, but if you feel like adding some more, please feel free to do so.
Yeah, if I'm allowed, I will focus on one thing, and that is, I think it emerges to us all that what is happening in the Arctic, the crisis that is happening in the Arctic, which is happening so much faster there than anywhere else in the world, is really the best argument that all of us go fossil-free, all of us carbonize. And in that respect, I think that some of the recent decisions by Korea that was mentioned by Einar a moment ago and by others are so significant, because it is that drives the global warming. It is the coal, it's the gas, it's the oil. That is driving the global warming, and that is what is creating all of the damage up north. And I see the contours of quite a fantastic positive competition here among countries to, you know, strive to become the first net zero country, strive to become the first fossil-free welfare state, which is so positive. In our case, the aim is 2045, and I can see how across industries there's like 22 different sector-wise roadmaps for whether it is steel or electricity or cars or forest or whatever. They are striving to become fossil-free, and I think that's the most important takeaway. Yes, there's a lot of things that needs to be done in the Arctic, but that is the overall message. And the election in the United States of Joe Biden as the new president, and his commitment when it comes to the Paris Climate Agreement is very positive news in that respect. It heralds a new era of international cooperation in this, which inspires us all, I think. And in this respect, when it comes to the Arctic, I mean, the focus on research, using our innovative powers, as was said by others, Korea possesses it all, focusing on strong and strict regulatory frameworks, ensuring that we focus on that sustainable, environmentally friendly development with the adaptations that needs to be done. Yes, I mean, this irreversible changes also open up some new opportunities that we need to deal with and adapt. And then not finally in this climate crisis, sustainable development focus, not forgetting the human dimension, the men and the women, and not least the indigenous people living in this area. So that's my plea. Thanks.
Probably I should have brought our national president here. It's too much worthy of being praised by all these panelists how good Korea is doing for the world. I will take this message to someone inside the Blue House. Okay. Okay, Pekka, you mentioned about the new strategy a little bit, about your care of the health issues, not only for human beings, but climate change. But still, if you feel like add something more, please tell us about highlighting some concrete example of Finnish activity and contribution in the Arctic region, and coming from your new Arctic strategy.
Thank you very much, and I don't think there's need to go through the other aspects that has been brought up here. We are, of course, taking a lot on board from the strategies that our Nordic fellows have already done. But a little bit, maybe I would like to stress here the political side and then also Korea-related matters. As our Canadian colleague said, that what is truly missing here are the women. In my country, the tall orders are taken from women nowadays. We have 5 women leaders in the government. Our prime minister is getting old. She's already 35 now, not anymore 34. And this is the millennia generation that gives us the orders. And what I can see here also when we are drafting this new strategy, she has said clearly one thing. You may think Finland is a small country, but she says Finland has to become the leader in the Arctic region. So that's how we then have to work on those details. With the new millennia generation, I think we get new ambitious goals to our table. So that's one thing that we relatively small countries have to keep in mind, that we set the goals really high. So then coming back to Korea, I think also I like to be kind of like a very practical, where we have seen sort of like results that can be bringing some fruits also very quickly. Our colleague from the Foreign Ministry mentioned the icebreakers. We take pride of that 80% of the icebreakers in the world are designed in Finland, and we have, so to speak, like the whole line from the design to the service, full service line agreements fully set. So working together in this field, you also mentioned for research purposes, the icebreakers that you are renting. This is something that we concretely feel that is the pride of our nation. In Foreign Ministry, 2 of these icebreakers are just outside of our building. We are by the sea. So every day the Foreign Ministry officials are reminded the importance of the icebreakers as the backbone of our activities. And they come useful sometimes, that's for sure. Then the second thing I would like to, now being here in Busan, in the COVID-19 time, we will see a lots of more ecotourism also in our regions. Our national airline is about to open the first European route directly from Busan to Helsinki. I mean, first to Europe, postponed from this year till next year, but it's going to be there. And this will further make the connections from here to the northern part of Europe much stronger. Finnair, all these times, they have been flying 3 times a week to Seoul, so that has never been interrupted. So that's also the firm commitment of doing this in the future. So these things are something that I feel also from the from the Finnish side, like concrete things that we want to invest in our relationship with Korea that also are related to the cooperation with the Arctic question. So, and as I said, we take the tall orders from the lady that is ranked among the 100 most influential women in the world, and we are very proud of that. Thank you.
I fully agree with your emphasis. We need to bring the other gender to this world. I just completed reading the Promise Me That about the autobiography and Joe Biden. And one of his granddaughter was telling the story when she visited with her grandfather, Joe Biden, Finland. Two highest official position, I think that was the president and prime minister. Both were ladies, also out of the many congressmen, and I think you have the higher proportion coming from the female side. So that's how the granddaughter was so much impressed. And I agree about icebreaker. I didn't know your ministry is just next to the sea, so you need to bring in icebreak. Icebreaker has the other meaning. Whenever anything is tensioned, you need to bring in icebreak. So that's good sense. Finally, okay, Finnair. Okay, I agree. It is the shortest path from this part of the world going to the Northern Europe. Yes, that's definitely by Finnair. Okay, that's right. Okay, then finally, Patrick, you will talk about as the only non-Arctic state out of the embassies, how can non-Arctic states contribute to the post-COVID situation environment in northern communities? You may have a lot about the northern territory issues, remote thing, and indigenous people, other thing. If you like to add something more, please.
Yeah, thank you. I will be very brief because I know we don't have much time left. And in my opening remarks, I talked about the importance of sharing lessons learned. And this is something that we already do with Korea and that we're looking forward to do more. Ambassador Im talked about the role of observers. He was much more eloquent than I could be, so I won't repeat this. But I would like to make one point very important. As a member state of the Arctic Council, for Canada, the human dimension is very important. I've talked a little bit about that, but we've also talked about science. And this is also important. So we need to make sure that the work we do in the Arctic Council, the voices of indigenous people, including through the permanent participants, are heard and that they continue to influence the work of the Arctic Council. And this is also true for science, as I said. When this is all over, when COVID-19 is over and scientists from observer countries can return to the Arctic, it's very important for Canada that they include those indigenous people in their project, in the initiative, in the design of the research, in the implementation, but also sharing the results. Indigenous knowledge is very important when we go in the Arctic, and that will be key when we return to the Arctic after COVID-19. So I will end on this just to reiterate again the importance of indigenous voices in the Arctic. Thank you.
Thank you very much for emphasizing indigenous people, people coming from the long history, and we need to care about those people. Looks like time is running out because of my lengthy chairing of this one. Probably I ran out of my time, so probably I should say thanking words rather than giving the floor to other people. Thank you very much for all the panelists for your active participation and the valuable thoughts on the issues of Arctic. Okay, so this discussion session is closed. Thank you very much.
The direction for post-COVID Arctic cooperation and possible solutions to Arctic issues have been discussed in depth. We will take an 8-minute break and we will resume for session 2 at 3:30. Thank you very much. 이상하죠? 되게 뭔가 눌러 지금 잘 돼. 이상. So we are still preparing, setting the stage. So we will start the next session at 3:39. 3:30. In 1 minute. And now, session 2 will begin under the topic Arctic cooperation. For this session, we will discuss Russia 2035, Arctic strategy, Arctic cooperation, climate change in Arctic, and current state and prospects of Arctic governance with experts from home and abroad who will present specific and feasible Arctic cooperation measures. The first presentation on the topic, Russia 2035, Arctic strategy and Arctic cooperation, will be given by Mr. Nikita Dobroslavsky, head of GR direction at the Moscow School of Management.
Dear colleagues, I would like to greet you on behalf of myself and on behalf of the Skolkovo Moscow School of Management. I am the head of GR direction on the Skolkovo Energy Center, and I would like to present to you my vision of possible ways of developing a cooperation between Russia and the Republic of Korea. Russia this year adopted a new strategy called the fundamentals of the state policy of the Russian Federation in the Arctic for the period of 235. This is the second similar document of Arctic strategic planning in Russia. Prior to that, the strategy of the state policy in the Arctic limited to 220. The paper paid special attention to the Russian national interest of the Arctic. First, the sovereignty and territorial integrity were introduced and the national interest of the Russian Federation. Second, the quality of life the population is included in the composition of national interest. Third, the role of the North Sea Road project and national transport communication. For the first time, the document introduced performance introductory, including life expectancy, number of jobs, investment, research costs. The Republic of Korea remains Moscow's most important economic and political partner, and in the era of sanctions against Russia. Korea has not joined the Western Second Policy. I believe the cooperation between our second might relate to climate change, the sustainability exploitation on the North Sea Road, technical, cultural, and humanitarian cooperation with involvement of local communication, contribution to the preservation and development of Norway culture and also resource development. In addition to the listed issues of cooperation, I especially want to highlight to the direction of renewable and service. One, construction of facilities of generation renewable energy service for energy supply to industrial customers and settlements. Two, solar power supply to industrial consumers and settlement using liquid gases. And producers and handling based on renewable energy sources and its transportation. I also want to note that the Arctic is a potentially international road for the organization of reliable of efficient cargo transportations for trade between Europe and Asia and North America. Practical examples of the use of the Arctic route demonstrating the possibility of transporting not only rare minerals, but also processing and even technical equipment. I think the terminals for transshipment of oils and oil, chemical products, containers in Bering Sea are promoting for cooperation between Russia and the Republic of Korea. I would like to say a few words about possible cooperation in the field of forest resource and fishing. Russia has introduced a complete ban on the export of unprocessed or raw wood from 2022. The priority today is investment in deep processing. There is a growing demand for sawn timber and overproduction from the countries like Japan, India, and the Republic of Korea. Arctic Forest project provide opportunities for South Korea companies to participate in reaching agreements. The development of the carbon credit markets is also seen as promising for cooperation, which implies the implementation of projects in the field of forest conservation and reforestation in the northern regions of Russia and launch of certification of along the sail. Another valuable resource of the Arctic zone is aquatic biological resource, which open up prospects for efficient and economic development of territories. It is important to note that fish resources and an integral part of the culture of the Yakutian people on the north, their traditional way of life and way of life. Moreover, climatic change and human impact on the environment, metering, expensive fishing, deforestation, and so on, have had a significant impact on the state of the Arctic aquatic biological resources. Climate change is destroying the habitable ecosystem of the Arctic region. The meeting of ices, of the emergence of more northern habitats of Arctic fish and over biological resources. The fishery industry in the Arctic region requires significant change in order to adapt to new conditions. This is turn opens up a wide spectrum for economic and scientific partnerships to create a program for study of aquatic biological resource and the Arctic and the development of sustainable fisheries. Thank you. I have efficient my story told. I wish the conference participants interesting discussion and the protect for future cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Director of Northern and Polar Regions Research Department at KMI, Mr. Kim Min-soo, will be giving his presentation. A big round of applause, please. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to give a presentation on 2035 Arctic Strategy of Russia and Arctic cooperation between Korea and Russia. I believe 2020 is quite pivotal, especially due to 4 reasons. First, this was the groundbreaking year of establishing Russia Arctic Strategy to 2035. It is an inland, so you can see that this is a strategy that would help them make inroads into the oceans. And they're trying to be an active participant in NSR, and they also have the East Asia strategy. Based on their Russia Arctic Strategy to 2035, I believe that there will be further cooperation with Russia. Second, from May to 2023, they will be the chairman of the Arctic Council, and they're preparing to engage in their chairmanship of Arctic Council. Third is the 30th anniversary of establishing foreign relations between Korea and Russia. It's a very important momentum year for the two countries. And last but not least, we do have the joint response towards COVID-19. And when we consider all of these aspects, I believe that 2020 will be critical as we open up the new 2.0 era of Korea and Russia. So then, let us now go into the situation of this cooperation. First is Northern Sea Route. In order to facilitate the NSR till 2024, 80 million ton of NSR cargo volume will be what we will be witnessing. Compared to 2018, it will be, in 2019, it was an increase by 56.7% to 31 million tons. It has an aggressive policy, abundant oil and gas, and accelerating technologies are, of course, a positive. However, marine pollution and shortage of ships and high insurance rates are the negative aspects of the situation. And in addition to that, MSC and Hapag-Lloyd are also boycotting the NSR, which can be a negative factor. And then we can also look into the LNG projects, and we believe that the successful Arctic LNG projects can be an important driver. In terms of exports as well as production, it's number 1, and it's number 2 in terms of world production. It is forging to produce more than 140 million tons, and the export ratio to Asia, they want to increase from 27% in 2018 to 2050 to 50% in 2035. It's also focusing on Arctic infrastructure. It wants to put in place a hub and a logistics center. It also is looking into an express train service. However, there are some constraints because economic sanctions exist, and not only that, high transportation costs as well as administrative costs can be a barrier. Now, let me talk about Russia and its Arctic policy and its strategies forward. Russia in 1987 had the Murmansk Initiative. This is a very well-known initiative where President Gorbachev has focused on making Arctic a peaceful region. And in 2008 to 2020, it has put in place an Arctic strategy. And in 2035, they do have their basic principles for Russia Federation state policy in the Arctic to 2035. Not only that, it has a new East Asian policy with many sanctions in place. You can see that they're focusing on a China-preferred policy. From 2018, they established the Ministry of Development of Russia, Far East, and Arctic. So you can see that they're expanding their scope in terms of their foreign policy. In addition to these policies, they are also putting in place the right legal and institutional framework. In 2018 and 2019, they've put in place these important laws where it incorporates Arctic issues into their policies. And they are coordinating Russia's expanding development of regional infrastructure and industry in the Arctic and Far East regions. And Rosatom will be responsible for NSR management going forwards. And it also submitted a new regulation to grant an exclusive right of navigation to vessels built in the Russian Federation and to grant an exclusive right to vessels sailing under the state flag of the Russian Federation. These are some of the 2035 Arctic strategies of Russia. There are 5 basic principles, especially for the very first part of this strategy. And for the plan for the development of NSR infrastructure until 2035 has 11 areas and 84 projects. The Russia energy strategy for 2035 includes, until 2035, wants to increase their LNG production by 740% compared to 2018, and it's to increase export share to Asia. And in terms of the Yamal LNG project, it's going to establish LNG clusters in Yamal and relevant peninsula areas. And the strategy for developing the Arctic zone of the Russian Federation and national security till 2035, it consists of a master plan as well as several goals and contents, and they want to make sure that this is a driver for Russia. And Arctic development, which was led by the local governments, is now going to be taken on by the central government. And this is the 3 steps for development in the Arctic. First step is till 2024. It is to modernize and it is to replace LNGs. It is to start a business to replace diesel used in hard-to-research areas with LNG and renewable energy. And the second step will be to put in place a hub port capable of handling international container cargoes, and it's to start development of transportation systems connecting the Arctic with inland waterways. Not only that, developing innovative technologies for unmanned transportation system and shipbuilding would be the second step. The third step have to do with improving productivity of continental shelf oil producers, mineral research development and processing companies, and it's to complete the NSR Inland Waterway Connection Project. Also completing a hub port construction project capable of handling international container cargo would be the third step goals. Let us now go into what kinds of efforts are underway with China and Japan. The Arctic LNG and the Yamal LNG are some of the projects where China and Japan is a part of. And especially for China, it has been focusing on major Arctic cooperation, and it's the world's second largest LNG importer. China is trying to replace the existing US-made LNG imports with Russia so both of China and Japan are cooperating by utilizing their cutting-edge technology, as Japan also intends to connect the hub of the NSR with Southeast Asia and India, where LNG demand is expected to surge in the future. Next are some of the suggestions for Arctic cooperation. First is enhancing government cooperation. We believe that the will of the government is critical, especially the Presidential Committee on Northern Economic Cooperation, the Korea-Russia Arctic Consultation, and Korea-Russia Far East and Siberia Subcommittee will be some of the consultative bodies that we want to expand on, and we of course need to focus on some of the feasible projects. Second is cooperating within the Arctic Council. For the next 2 years, starting from next year, they will be upholding the chairmanship of the council. They have put in place many projects, and they have a project that also focuses on the society as well as the environment. Last month, at the consultative meeting, Russia especially focused on an eco-friendly hydrogen fleet. And not only that, various projects were something that were suggested to engage jointly. And third is on enabling the participation of private entities. We believe that the private sector is key in terms of cooperation between the two countries. If the government puts in place the right strategy or picture in place, the private entities are the ones that actually draw the picture. Consultations, tax breaks, information sharing is something that needs to be supported going forward. Not only that, as we've seen in China and Japan, it has to be government-led, where large projects can be run under a court consortium or a guarantee by the government, and there can be other sub-projects where the private sector can take part, and I believe that this could be a very feasible model going forward. Last but not least is on expanding industry and science research cooperation in both public and private sector. In the future, innovative technologies as well as shipbuilding technologies, infrastructure technologies, and in terms of research management and resource management, we do have MOUs in place with many institutions, but it is true that it was quite fragmented. However, if we do have a consortium in place, that would be great in terms of facilitating further cooperation in the future. So that is all in terms of my presentation. This year, due to COVID-19, we've seen Korea, Russia, and all countries in the Arctic region faced with challenges. However, based on this crisis, I believe that we can, of course, forge our solidarity as well as cooperation. So Arctic cooperation between Korea and Russia, I believe, under the main theme of Arctic cooperation, we'll have to focus on a win-win solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General Kim Min-soo. The 2035 Russia strategy and cooperation with Russia was well presented, and marking the 35th anniversary for normalization of relations with Russia, we have a special agenda ready. And for Arctic routes, Arctic routes was the key focus of the previous cooperation, but we discussed this to be expanded to include indigenous people as well. Going forward, the next topic is climate change and the Arctic. Mr. Jim Gamble, Senior Fellow at the Institute of the
Hello,
North.
I'm Jim Gamble. I'm a Senior Fellow with the Institute of the North, based in Anchorage, Alaska. And today I'm going to talk to you about the impacts of COVID-19 in the Arctic. We're going to talk a bit about perceptions of COVID in the Arctic, then about the realities, some of the challenges that are experienced in the Arctic, particular challenges related to the indigenous peoples of the Arctic. And I'm going to give you some references for information you can use to follow up. So let's get started. The early perceptions of the coronavirus in the Arctic were interesting because I think we saw headlines implying that places like the Arctic might be spared the worst consequences of the virus. And so we see headlines like, will the coronavirus spare the world's most remote places? And headlines like, couple flees to the Arctic Circle and bid to escape COVID-19. But I think pretty rapidly it became clear that despite potentially some success in the early stages of the virus and of the outbreak, that the second wave was going to be much more severe, and the consequences for the Arctic were going to be much more dire. And so we began to see headlines changing to things like COVID has spared Alaska's most remote villages, but not anymore. Cases in Nunavut where a lockdown begins as cases continue to rise. And so the trend of the virus in the Arctic has in many ways followed the trend globally, as it's a global pandemic, and as the Arctic is a part of the global community. An important thing to keep in mind when talking about the virus in the Arctic is that in many ways there are two Arctics, and I've illustrated this with two photos. In the upper left is a photo of Tromsø, Norway, a community above the Arctic Circle, and a community that's on the road system, and so has all of the advantages of transportation that provides. The picture below that and to the right is Kotzebue, Alaska. Kotzebue is a smaller community, but similar in terms of latitude. And the difference is that Kotzebue is not part of the road system or part of the national grid in Alaska. And so that presents special challenges for that community. And many of the issues that we'll discuss in terms of COVID's effects in the Arctic will really be related to communities off the road system. The realities of COVID in the Arctic are pretty easy to find. The rates are changing in different countries, as you might expect. This is a terrific website that was put together by the Arctic Center at the University of Northern Iowa that really tracks the statistics. And as of mid-November, we're seeing roughly 200,000 cases, confirmed COVID cases, about 2,400 deaths in the Arctic by that same period. And so, the rates of infection, again, vary by country and by region, and easy to track. But really the numbers aren't the thing that's important here. really what the effects are in these communities is the thing that we'll want to talk about today. And so community challenges in the Arctic are many and oftentimes related to the lack of infrastructure and to the remoteness of those communities. For instance, many communities, especially those off the road system, have poor internet, poor or little, sometimes no internet. And that means that distance learning can be a real challenge. And one of the things that we've had to take for granted during the COVID pandemic is that schools mostly aren't meeting in person, and distance learning is the order of the day. So for communities that have poor internet, distance learning becomes even more challenging and sometimes impossible. Many of these small communities lack health and medical resources. They oftentimes have small clinics. They may be staffed by nurses and not have access to doctors. Certainly, they don't often have access to specialists and to hospital beds and specialized equipment that COVID patients might need. Something connected to that is oftentimes there's a lack of transportation infrastructure. And this can affect both community resupply, but also things like medevacs. So for instance, if a patient becomes critical, that patient can't be treated in community and has to be taken to a larger community with more hospital resources. If the weather is bad, that patient might not be able to travel. And so communities off the road system have a special challenge there. Many communities depend on tourism, particularly in the summer. So those communities have seen a real drop in their economics over the course of the year and are suffering from it now. Will continue to suffer from it until tourism can sort of get back to normal. For Indigenous people, cultural practices are much more difficult during a time when they're not able to meet. And that might mean that things have to be put off or sometimes canceled altogether. And in addition to cultural practices, subsistence activities might need to be postponed. Subsistence activities are often done in groups. Changes and factors will have to be taken into account as to how people can gather together. This may affect subsistence in the community. In addition to traditional governance practices, which oftentimes, again, are community meetings, people coming together, and in communities with a lack of communications infrastructure, lack of internet, remote meetings, again, also might be a problem. And of course, all of these things really can become things that add stress and add difficulties to people's daily lives that can result in many mental health effects. Indigenous peoples deserve to be able to talk about this on their own, and there's been a lot of good work done on the effects of COVID-19 in various regions of the Arctic. Here's a series of quotes from Indigenous leaders from all over the Arctic, talking about things like their vulnerable elder populations and sort of the health challenges that many Indigenous communities face. The disconnection from extended family and from their kin, and not being able to gather because gathering happens during times of joy and sorrow, and gathering is how these things are dealt with. The Sami people live across several national borders, but those borders are not part of their culture or part of their identity as a people. And so not being able to cross borders not only interferes with social and cultural life, but also interferes with economy, because if you're a reindeer herding community that drives reindeer to different pastures in different seasons and you're not able to cross national borders, that can have a genuinely serious effect on the economics of your region. But at some levels, lessons learned and traditional knowledge about illness, it can be a help, because Arctic reindeer herders in the Russian Federation were very profoundly affected by the Spanish flu, but learned that if they avoided the communities, they would be able to avoid the virus. And so they've used that knowledge now during the time of the coronavirus to not go to towns and villages and not expose themselves to the virus. So The Arctic Council is doing work that really addresses a lot of this very specifically. And a project under the Sustainable Development Working Group called One Arctic, One Health, which is a multi-year project and has resulted in a lot of reports, a lot of tabletop exercises, a lot of meetings about how to form a regional linkage between One Health hubs. And the thought is that by empowering these hubs, they will continue past the project and will facilitate the One Health concept throughout the Arctic. And the One Health concept brings together the health of humans, the health of animals, and the health of the environment itself, and recognizes that that linkage is profoundly important. And so One Health is exactly the kind of project that can help communities come together to find common solutions. Something I often like to say is that if a community has a problem, the community that shares that problem and has ideas about how to solve it might not be the community downriver. It might be a community on the other side of the Arctic. And so a project like One Health seeks to bring communities together so that they can find common solutions to their problems. I'd like to point out some resources to you. The Arctic Institute is launching a winter series just right now that is about COVID-19 in the Arctic. And if you're interested in finding more information and really seeing a lot of different perspectives, I highly recommend that you check out the Arctic Institute's winter series. And I've listed a link here. Also a link to the University of Northern Iowa's map with coronavirus. Really want to give some thanks to the Arctic Council and the briefing document for senior Arctic officials on COVID-19, as well as a document called The Impact of COVID-19 on Indigenous Peoples in the Arctic, where I drew the quotes from, and which is a very terrific read, and I would highly recommend it. Also, for more information on One Health, One Arctic, One Health at Sustainable Development Working Group, highly advised to check that out. There's a lot more great information that this short presentation wasn't able to bring up. So I apologize that this is so short, but I hope I've hit some high points and allowed you to learn a bit about COVID-19 and the Arctic, how it's affected people, what resources there might be to draw on, and really the special issues that are in the Arctic. If you have questions, please feel free to reach out. I'd be happy to point you in the direction of more information and would really encourage your continued as it plays itself out over the next months and years, and we see hopefully a return to normal soon. And so thank you very, very much for your attention. And I hope that you and yours have healthy and happy holidays. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. It was an important presentation that helped us look into the situation in the eyes of the indigenous people. Let us now move on to hear from Professor Kim Baek-min of Bukkyung National University. Very nice to meet you all. I am Kim Baek-min, professor at Bukkyung National University, and I only have 10 minutes. And I want to say that when you do establish Arctic policies and strategies, there's something that you really need to remember. So the Arctic and Korea, what kind of relevance do we have? What kind of scientific connections do we have? Arctic is quite far away. However, in terms of climate, we have a very close relationship with the Arctic. So let me talk about that briefly. And also when we devise our policy, I hope that these will be taken into account. So it will be a very short presentation on what we do have to focus on in our policy making. What you see here is the polar vortex. It's a specific phenomenon. What you see on the left is the strong vortex. So due to climate change, well, before climate change, this was what the polar region looked like. But recently, the polar vortex has weakened. It's moving towards the right. So what kind of difference can you see between the two pictures? If you look at the area in purple, that was the total area of the vortex. However, you can see that it's being expanded. So the very strong jet streams at the edges of the vortex is going towards the southern area. This is a major change that we are witnessing right now. Of course, the layperson may not be able to feel this. However, this major vortex in the polar region impacts our weather, impacts our precipitation, and all of our weather patterns. National Geographic summarized this phenomenon to enable the average citizens to understand what's happening. So it was a material that had to do with the past, present, and future of the jet stream. This jet stream is witnessing some major changes. Even in Korea, the media have been mentioning all of these extreme weather events, and we also saw heavy snow as well as cold spells throughout the winter season, and this has been introduced by many media outlets, but there is a common denominator here. It all has to do with climate change and global warming and the increased temperatures in the polar regions, weakening polar vortex. So then, why are we seeing this happening? Why is this happening? Why does this polar vortex, why is it being weakened? It has to do with the higher temperatures in the polar region. What you see here is in 1960 and the 2000s. The temperature in the 2000s and the temperature in 1960. This is the temperature difference across the world. What's interesting is that global warming impacts the polar regions the most. Due to these major changes in the polar region, we're seeing a change in jet stream. So let me give you an example or an explanation that will give you some information on this. I have a very short.
The average surface temperature in the Arctic is warming more than twice as fast as the globe as a whole. Experts suggest that there may be nearly no sea ice in the Arctic summertime by the late 2030s. That's a quick decline of a lot of ice. That means that in 2 decades, our North Pole, which we think of as white and icy, could become just an expansive dark ocean. And a dark ocean absorbs even more sunlight, warming the Earth even faster than it is now. As the Earth warms, it does not warm consistently, but the Arctic's disproportionately quick surface warming is raising questions. Our Earth is a mix of many interacting systems between the air, the water, and the land. So scientists are actively studying how melting sea ice and a warmer Arctic might affect other areas of the globe. As some scientists say, what happens in the Arctic doesn't stay in the Arctic. These are called teleconnections, changes that happen at one location of the Earth.
Yes, there was a very important terminology, which was teleconnection. Teleconnection is a very key term. Of course, for those in the Meteorological Society, will know this, but if not, this will be an unfamiliar term. So let me give you some more information on that. You all have your mobile phones, and we call this telecommunications. Telecommunications have to do with connecting me with someone in a remote area. This is the communications mechanism. Teleconnections and telecommunications, it's all in the same vein. The common denominator between telecommunications and teleconnections is that there is a media in between, and that media are the waves. SK Telecom, I'm sure that you know this telco. So in the case of telecommunications, there are electro waves where people can be connected. Teleconnections have to do with connecting Korea and the Arctic. The waves in the air, we call this the low speed waves. So these waves enable us to connect with Arctic, and we can always be, and we can stay connected. So these waves connect the Arctic and Korea. And to give you more specifics, especially in Korea, there are all of these major changes in the Arctic, and we do respond to that quite sensitively. In other words, we are, as scientists say, are in a region where we're very much vulnerable to the changes to the Arctic. So we have a major, strong connection with the Arctic due to this factor of teleconnection. In 2014, I also studied this relationship. So as we see the ice melt, the Barenskara of Norway, a lot of the ice, if that all does melt, then we will be seeing excessive cold spells. So this was a part of my work, a part of my research. But there is a challenge here. As I was conducting this research, I did not have any observation-related materials. Everything was all based on computer simulation. I really did not have any observational materials or data. Why was that the case? Because there was no data. Especially the Arctic in the winter season is an area where it's barren and we really cannot have any access to the region, especially during the winter season. So there is insufficient data. And all of the research that does focus on that type of research is all based on a hypothesis because we do lack the real data on the region. So once again, we do not have any information, any observations on the region. What you see here is what I really want to emphasize in my presentation. Up till now, the observations in the winter season can be summarized to just three. We have the Shiba of 1997 and 2015 by Norway, the N ice 2015, and this year, right now, amid COVID, still scientists are going out there struggling, but have been spending their time in the Arctic during the winter season. This was the Mosaic program. So we only have these three observing campaigns. In the equators and in the mid-latitudes, there were many observational activities. However, you can see that these were the only three attempts in the Arctic, especially during the winter season. So what does this entail? This is actually impacting us in our reality. This is RCP 8.5. This is the future scenario of where what kind of impact will the Earth have with the increase in temperature. The equator areas are noted to increase by 2.2 to 4 degrees, and the Arctic, if you look at this graph, is to increase by 4 to 14 degrees Celsius in 2100. Well, this forecast, can we call this a forecast? You can see that the range is so wide. Why is that the case? It's because we don't have observations. We do not have real data, and that is why we are seeing this happening. Another example, recently, many scientists of COPRI are interested in the plankton of the Northern Sea. You will be able to see ice covered with greeneries. And this is the marine plankton that exists, and it's causing this greenery on the ice. And recently in the Arctic, we are seeing this phenomenon. And based on research, this is to impact the climate greatly. So the uncertainties in the Arctic also see an amplification due to the interaction of nature or plankton with the climate. It may, of course, further increase the temperature of the Arctic, but we do not know this for sure, which means that there's so much uncertainty surrounding the Arctic. As I was looking and observing this slide, I was quite surprised. IPCC indicates that by 2021, the end of 2021 or early 2022, the IPCC sixth report is to be released. Already they have released their model information, and there's a lot of analysis being done. What you see here on the left is CMIP5. This indicates the marine plankton in the Northern Sea and how it's to change in the future. Of course, it depends on the scenario, but all in all, we will be seeing a decrease in chlorophyll or plankton. And with the sixth report to be released, we will be seeing some dampening in the reduction of chlorophyll. What you see in pink This is the envelope that you see, which is the range of uncertainty that's foreseen. But this envelope is increasing. We are investing heavily in science, and we ask researchers to research this topic. However, what they're forecasting is an even more uncertain future. So why is this happening? This is because in Arctic research, still investments are not being put into observations, into these observing campaigns, and we do not know much about the Arctic. We are seeing more complex models in place. However, our future is becoming ever more uncertain, which is quite ironical. Therefore, what I would like to suggest in my presentation is Russia will now have the Arctic Council initiative, and they're going to be actively be involved in research in the Arctic. So we do need these large-scale observing campaigns like the Mosaic, where the researchers come together to gather more real data. And I also hope that Korea plays a greater role in these observing campaigns. This was a great vision of a Mosaic. This was a multi-disciplinary observing platform that was put together by the Mosaic program. We do see the plankton and the air and the atmosphere. We do need observations on both sides, and this will of course be key in obtaining real data. So once again, in this very difficult year, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of the efforts of the researchers in the Mosaic program. And last but not least, in terms of our national strategy for adaptation and mitigation for climate change, everything comes from future and accurate future predictions and scenarios, and the answer lies in the Arctic. With that, let me end my presentation. Thank you very much. Yes, Professor, thank you very much for your presentation. You talked about the importance of the intersection between science and policy. And the last presentation will be on the current state and prospect of Arctic convergence. Professor Marta Latendane of Arctic University of Norway will be giving us the presentation, and he will be connecting live via Zoom.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone from Tromsø, well north of the Arctic Circle. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for attending today. What I want to talk about is the changes that have taken place over the past few years in the situation regarding security and cooperation in the Arctic. And this is a region which has really undergone a significant number of changes in these areas for a few reasons. First and foremost, has been discussed considerably over the past few sessions, has been the result of climate change and ice erosion. And this has certainly caused a great deal of environmental challenges, but it has also opened up several areas of economic opportunity, which has obviously captured the notice of states both inside and outside the Arctic. These are including areas related to energy, raw materials, and shipping. But these changes have kind of resulted in almost a return of a very persistent myth that the Arctic is some kind of blank space, or terra nullius, or mare nullius, that international law and political cooperation tends to end once you get this far north. And that's obviously not the case. International law is very much present here, and there are a growing number of organizations, institutions, agreements which are regulating and dealing with political cooperation and security cooperation in the Arctic itself. The second variable, which is key, is been the spillover of non-Arctic strategic issues into the Arctic region. And one could include the difficult relations between the United States and Russia over the past 6 years, and also the difficult relations between China and the United States over the past few years as well. These issues have spilled over into the Arctic and have raised some questions regarding security. The third variable, though, which is also important, is that the region is becoming very internationalized in scope. Even though much of the debate over non-Arctic states in the Arctic has focused primarily on China, several other non-Arctic states, and one could talk about Britain, Germany, Japan, Korea, and even Singapore, which is not widely known as a polar state, have all been seeking over the past few years to develop more robust, deeper Arctic policies in response to what is happening in this part of the world. And just very recently, two European governments, Estonia and Ireland, have recently announced their interest in potentially joining the Arctic Council as observer governments. So there are many, many non-Arctic states and actors which have really started to look at the Arctic with a great deal more interest. And this is being driven, again, by environmental concerns, which obviously affect non-Arctic states' interests, but also the economic opportunities of the opening up of the region. So this has led to the very complicated question, and this is what I've been looking at in my research, about how Arctic and non-Arctic governments can more effectively cooperate using existing organizations such as the Arctic Council, but also newer forms of cooperation which deal with issue-specific areas, anti-pollution, for example, or maritime safety. Following almost 30 years of the Arctic being widely kind of cut off or disassociated from traditional security issues, including military concerns, there's been the suggestion that hard security is kind of returned to the Arctic in some way. And this has led to the question, well, did it ever really leave? Certainly in the case of power politics and so forth, this is not a region which has been kind of disassociated from that for a very long time. However, since the 1990s, there's been a bit of a trend towards looking at the Arctic as benefiting greatly from the peace dividend left over from the end of the Cold War. So this has allowed the Arctic to be considered, and this is a term very often used at Arctic conferences, an area of high north and low tension, and an area of exceptionalism. But is that changing, especially as a result of current events? I mean, certainly a lot of security concerns in the Arctic have fallen into so-called non-traditional concerns, including environmental security, obviously, combating climate change and dealing with the associated local effects, as well as human security, security of the individual, security on kind of the local level, if you will, as well as addressing underdevelopment, poverty, and connectivity challenges. This view of the Arctic can best be traced, as was previously noted, to the 1987 watershed speech by the last president of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev, in Murmansk. This presentation called for increased confidence and peace-building measures to create a new security milieu which favored cooperation to tackle the region's very distinct challenges. This kind of post-Cold War community spirit has carried over, for example, into the creation of the Arctic Council in 1996, an association which made an agreement right from the beginning to leave off military issues from its mandate. And I should point out that many of these so-called non-traditional security issues have not faded out. In fact, some of them have become much more pressing. Case in point, the climate change effects have started to become much more apparent in this part of the world. Studies have suggested that the Central Arctic Ocean may become ice-free in the next 15 years. And just during this past year, in 2020, there have been signs of more severe weather events, as well as forest fires and rapid loss of permafrost in places such as Alaska and Siberia. Also this year, the industrial accident in Norilsk in Russia has really illustrated the problems of, on one hand, the desire to develop the Arctic, and on the other hand, addressing environmental problems. And all of these environmental effects have greatly affected human security in the Arctic and really underscored the need for greater cooperation. This is not just a state issue. This is not just a matter to be discussed in Arctic state capitals. But these are issues which are affecting local economies, development, local cultures and traditional practices, as well as health and food insecurity. Another saying which is very often used at Arctic events and conferences is what happens in the Arctic does not stay in the Arctic. But the reverse is also very true. Given that the environmental effects of other parts of the world have entered the Arctic in very unpredictable ways, including plastic pollutants in the ocean. And this is a subject which here at the Arctic University of Norway, there's been a great deal of study on. The problems of black carbon, mercury, and fears of future fuel spills as we start to see more maritime traffic in this part of the world. As well, the global pandemic, as was noted by the previous speaker, has spread into many northern communities and have presented very distinct challenges to these parts of the world, especially due to the remoteness of many of these communities. So one conclusion which I can make at the beginning is that as there are 4 million people who live in the Arctic, this region is certainly not a blank space, especially when it comes to issues of security and cooperation. Now, in response to the Arctic's opening to greater potential economic activity, this includes mining, drilling, maritime shipping. Many states, Arctic and non-Arctic, have started to look at the region through a more distinct hard security lens. We have seen emerging disagreements over sovereignty of emerging Arctic waterways, including the Northwest Passage and the Northern Sea Route, as well as the Lomonosov Ridge in the Central Arctic Ocean. The United States, for example, had recently expressed concerns about an icebreaker gap with other Arctic states, including Russia, as well as questions about China's expanding economic interests in the far north, including investment in regional projects such as the Yamal liquefied natural gas enterprise, as well as potential mining in Greenland. At the same time, the United States government, the outgoing United States government, I should say, its issues with recognizing climate change as a significant issue, including in the Arctic, and the questions of developing greater Arctic multilateralism, did create some initial problems over the past year for expanding Arctic cooperation diplomacy. But the stage is now being set for a change in that policy due to the change in government in the United States. Even with these conditions, however, it's very unlikely that the Arctic will fade as a regional strategic concern. There are classic cases of a security dilemma whereby one state moves to increase its security in a defensive manner, and then other countries interpret that as potentially challenging security. So we have seen concerns, for example, over the possibility of greater military activity in the north as many more parts of the region begin to open up to maritime traffic and economic activity. There's also the question of how these kinds of new civilian and military activity, the increase in shipping, the increase of military vessels in the region, will affect the development of the Arctic itself. It should be noted, however, that we are definitely starting to see many examples of cooperation in areas of security as well as the potential for disagreement. The Arctic Council, as was noted, still continues to work in many areas which are related to human and environmental security. Through its working groups, we see a great deal of action on all kinds of environmental and human security issues that are being tackled. The Arctic Council chair will be passed from Iceland to Russia next year, so this opens up many new opportunities for potential discussion, potential cooperation. But even going beyond the Arctic Council, we've seen examples of agreements relating to civilian maritime traffic. And I'm speaking specifically of the 2017 Polar Code, which was agreed upon by many Arctic and non-Arctic actors. I also talk about the recently developed Central Arctic fishing moratorium, which again required the cooperation of many Arctic and non-Arctic actors. So we are definitely seeing a lot of potential for future information sharing. And I should also point out that in addition to government policies, we've seen an expansion of Track 2, non-governmental or governmental non-governmental events, such as the Arctic Circle, Arctic Frontiers, and of course this conference, which have provided a great deal more scope for discussions about security and cooperation. So to conclude, the question now is whether the Arctic is going to be seeing kind of two different sets of security concerns. One which focuses on the non-traditional, as it's been called, human security and the environment, and the other dealing with more hard power concerns. The possibility of zero-sum thinking when it comes to security in the Arctic. And if that is the case, will these two types of security begin to collide with each other? And if the answer is yes, then the need for these kinds of discussions, these kinds of security cooperations becomes much more pressing. So the question I would like to leave everyone with is, what will be the effects of these kind of new ideas about security? What will be the effects of the communities in the Arctic, the peoples of the Arctic? And whether the short and longer term concerns in the Arctic continue to transform. How will they continue to transform in very often unpredictable ways? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Professor Mark will join us soon at the discussion session. We are behind schedule. I'd like to invite the last speaker.
Professor Yu Jung-gu of Korea National Diplomatic Academy. I'd like to invite you on the stage. Yes, I'm Yu Jung-gu from KNDA as introduced. I would like to extend my gratitude to KMI and Krukri for allowing this event to happen in such difficult times. I do know that we're pressed for time, and also Professor Langtain has focused on the key aspects of the governance on the institutions, platform, players, and also with regard to international law. He has already did a very good summary on that, so I would try to make sure that I'm not redundant in my presentation. Of course, the professor has talked about the key aspects of Arctic governance, and I do know that we need to find the answers to these basic questions. So Arctic governance is quite unique, and compared to other international organizations and institutions, it's very unique. And the players are, of course, all very different because it consists of diverse stakeholders. Therefore, it's a very complex regime, and it has a multi-layered legal structure. We have IMO, UNCLOS, the Polar Code, and climate change, and there's also the Arctic Council's legal documents. Once again, it's multi-layered in its overall legal structure. And not only that, there were also security concerns, but we do see some fierce competition in the Arctic region. In the past, when there was a change in the Arctic, of course, there were some global discussions, but now we do see that there are concerns in the Arctic that are very much specialized to the Arctic. Open, accessible, and secured, and a sustainable Arctic is what we want, and of course, the government needs to support this endeavor. From Ottawa to Reykjavik, of course, there were some good achievements we've been seeing in terms of budget. Many observers were included. And also at the Arctic Council, there were many norms and legal framework that were expanded. So then, what kind of issues exist right now? What kind of challenges exist? If we think about the economic situation, we do see the Arctic economy decoupled from the rest. The production and consumption in the Arctic are very much decoupled. So what's made in the Arctic is not being consumed by the Arctic, and what's needed by the Arctic is not being made by the Arctic. And not only that, the indigenous people, how can we enhance their ownership? Not only that, in the Arctic region, there are some hindrances to growth, and also factors that enhance vulnerability. In other words, there is this lack of diversity that is a hindrance overall. So then, what should we do? A rights-based approach for the residents of the Arctic was something that has been emphasized all along. But we have, of course, that arm. And we also need to look into the behavioral-based governance existing today. How can we harmonize the two? That is a pending issue. And once again, we can say that the Arctic issues go hand in hand with global concerns, with world affairs. We once again need to understand the inseparable connection with world affairs. The Council has been quite it's been expanding ever since we've joined as an observer. We have more stakeholders on board. This basically means that Arctic issues and the Arctic model are focusing on this multilateral approach, this multi-layered approach with multiple stakeholders. But regardless of such efforts, the cooperative mechanism of the Arctic do stress importance on bilateral ties. The reason is because we do have the coastal states with sovereignty, and that also indicates that bilateral relations are important in solving many of the pending issues. So how can we strike the right balance is the question at hand. And we, of course, need to enhance the soft international law to solve this and solve these challenges. And we also need some feasible norms and in the regional level. And in terms of the sub-regional level, we, of course, need cooperation on the security front. But what I do want to stress is, of course, in the Ilulissat Declaration, we did put in place a certain governance structure. However, in international law on the Arctic, it's of course ideal, but what we can do right now for the time being is to have the Arctic Council strengthen its institutions and to have in place its actions based on the already existing treaties. And as was already mentioned, we have multiple stakeholders, and we also need to make sure that we have a right-based approach in place, and in that aspect, a bottom-up approach will be something that can be feasible. The sovereignty as well as the jurisdictions of the Arctic states, of course, need to be upheld, but there are also the non-Arctic states where we also need to provide some more opportunities to participate. So this may sound like common sense, but it's something that we really need to be faithful of. Last but not least, what should be the way forward? One is to strengthen the treaty-based operation of the Arctic Council. Rather than having an overall dedicated treaty for the Arctic, in the meantime, I think we should focus on finding a way to run the Arctic Council treaty-based. So I think this would be one option in the meantime. And second, security cooperation in the region is something that we need to be strengthened. Arctic exemption is a premise that we've been seeing. However, many of the concerns, if we, of course, change the name, at the end of the day, these are all safety, environment, and climate change, and human security. All of these are non-conventional security issues that we do need to tackle. There is an interface with security concerns, and we are now looking into the wider definition of security, and therefore regional cooperation on all of these fronts are something that will be necessary going forward. And when we talk about the Arctic governance platform, in many cases, the countries do have their separate agenda. They have their own Arctic vision and strategy, and they do have a separate forum to implement these strategies. Therefore, the Arctic Council, of course, needs a longer-term strategy and vision to coordinate all of this. And last but not least, the global, sub-regional, and regional cooperation, of course, relies on these three pillars of capacity building, confidence building measures, and norms building measures. It's about strengthening norms and rules. We do have these three pillars, and they're all organically woven together. They should not be fragmented. We need to make sure to take into account all of these three pillars. Thank you very much for your attention. Yes, Professor, thank you very much for the presentation. We're very much behind schedule. Therefore, we will just skip the break and move right on to the general discussion session.
I'd like to invite the three panelists to come forward to the stage. Director General Lee, Professor Kim Soo-ham, and Professor Ra Mi-kyung, please come forward. And now we will start the general discussion session, which will be moderated by the former Minister of Oceans and Fisheries and current chair of the NELT Forum, Mr. Kim Sung-jin. Please welcome Mr. Kim with a big hand. Good evening. We are quite behind schedule, so why don't we proceed quickly to the discussion. As you know, this year we celebrate a very important year in terms of Arctic cooperation. Last year we celebrated the 60th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations with Norway, but we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the same with Russia this year. We will open up Chapter 2 of Korea-Russia Arctic cooperation. And of course this year's buzzword is COVID-19, which has hit the Arctic Circle hard as well. Further, climate change and melting sea ice lead to extreme weather events and heightens possibility of an epidemic outbreak from the Arctic. Meanwhile, the US-China-Russia relations grow more and more complicated, and misgivings of Arctic governance grows as well. Today's Arctic Policy Forum addressed various issues surrounding the Arctic and explored a new direction and response for Arctic cooperation. In Session 1, the vision for future Arctic cooperation was presented, and just now in Session 2, specific and feasible Arctic cooperation was discussed. So for the discussion, we invite 4 of the presenters and 4 discussants for deeper discussion. Let me introduce the 3 participants on site and 1 participant calling in online, Professor Antti Oksanen. Sitting right next to me is Professor Emeritus Kim Soo-ham of Bukyong National University. And then we have Director General Lee Sung-woo of KMI, and at the far end we have Professor Ra Mi-kyung of Bae University. And we also have Professor Antti Oksanen calling in online. Or do we not have Professor Oksanen? Well, I don't see the professor on the screen yet, so I believe we have some connectivity issues. Well, in that case, So do we have the professor online? I don't see the professor on the screen, but though the professor is calling in. So we will begin the designated discussion on today's presentations. Professor Antti Oksanen, could you give us your discussion on One Arctic, One Health?
Thank you very much. I wonder if you can hear me. Do you hear? Oh, very, very good. Thank you for inviting me here. I was asked to be brief, and I tried to do that. My topic is One Arctic, One Health and COVID-19. And after Jim Gamble's excellent presentation, I have very little to add, actually. But this presentation was originally thought to be given by Arja Rautio from University of Oulu in Finland, but unfortunately she couldn't attend, so that's why I'm here. And I thank you very much for inviting me. And the basic idea about One Health is that humans, we want to protect our health, but we are animals. Biologically, we are animals. Of course, sociologically, culturally, we are human beings, but biologically, we are animals. And we are affected by same type of pathogens than as other animals also. The vast Arctic is not actually extremely big. It's about the size of Russia. And here we have COVID-19 cases on the left. Number of cases, you see the red is where people live. The right map is a human popular density map. And as was stated before, the Arctic is not saved, but still it's quite a little of red in the Arctic area. And within Europe, as for December 3rd of December last week, the incidence of coronavirus cases in Europe per 100,000 population was highest in some countries in Central and Southern Europe, while it was very low in some of the northern countries like Norway and Finland. The lowest incidence in European countries was in Finland. And one very obvious explanation is that for an outbreak, for an epidemic, for a pandemic to go on, the pathogen, the virus in this case, has to find a new host. When the person is coughing, whatever, however the person is excreting the virus must meet another person or some other animal like a mink. But in Finland, it's not that easy to meet. This is from cartoonist Karoliina Korhonen's Finnish Nightmares. We keep social distance in Finland, even without COVID-19, when the weather is horrible, but the only shelter is occupied. That's the Finnish nightmare. And even a car manufacturer, Nissan, used this Finnish social distance in advertising the safety of their cars. Well, but the Spanish flu in 1920, it was quite late for the flu because it was spreading in Europe after 1918. So this was actually the fourth wave in Finland in 1920 in Inari, quite heavily affected the Sami, the indigenous Sami people, reindeer herders. So when more than 10% of population died due to influenza, so the social distance was not big enough like we heard from Jim Gamble's presentation, the Russian reindeer herders had learned to avoid cities. But I want us to be prepared. New pandemics will follow, and there's now a Russian initiative, which I think is very important: biosecurity in the Arctic, monitoring of infective agents, not just contaminants, but infective agents that enter the Arctic with migratory birds, fish, mammals, human beings. And this initiative is chaired by Russia and Finland. Kamsahamnida. Thank you very much.
Yes, Professor Oksanen mentioned the presentation by Mr. Jim Gamble on the impact of COVID-19 and also gave us more information about the One Arctic, One Health initiative. Thank you very much. And next, I would like to invite Director General Lee Sung-woo of KMI to discuss the Korea-Russia cooperation on the Arctic.
Very nice to meet you all. I am Director General at KMI, and I would like to talk about the presentation on Russia 2035 Arctic strategy and Arctic cooperation, especially the presentations by the two speakers. Dr. Nikita talked about marine preservation and also about the fishing resources and the indigenous people, and also due to the development of the coastal states, how it negatively impacts marine biodiversity. So that was the gist of his presentation. And he also talked about the necessity of a new environmental response. And Mr. Kim Min-soo gave us an overview on the changes to the 2035 Arctic strategy of Russia, particularly Russia. From next year will be the chairman, will be upholding the chairmanship of the Arctic Council, and they have been putting in good thought to the Arctic strategy. If you look at the strategy, it's very much focused on how to take advantage of the Arctic, which is of course a concern, and which is a bit of a pity. And you can see that the users of the Arctic, including China and Russia, of course, will be on energy resource development. And it's about how to transport out these resources, which of course will have a connection with the shipbuilding industry. And if we do see a facilitation of the shipbuilding industry, we'll also move on to shipping, and infrastructure, including ports, will be a necessity. And in the 2035 Arctic strategy, all of this was included in that order. And of course, they will be pushing forward this strategy. But in addition to that, I do know that there is a threat to Earth. And as was mentioned by our following speakers, it's of course important to make sure that we are mindful of the impact on the environment. The Earth and the Arctic, I think we do need a decoupling. We of course exploited the Earth, but that should not be the case in the Arctic. It should be a different story. Right now, in order to protect the Earth, we're focused on sustainable use as well as sustainable development, and we need to make sure that that aspect should be coupled with the Arctic. In other words, what we've been doing all along of exploiting resources, if we do the same thing in the Arctic, that should not be tolerated. Right now, we're trying to protect and preserve the Earth, and we, of course, have to do the same for the Arctic. These are the actions that we should be witnessing in the Arctic as well. Therefore, in terms of the approach, I think that we have to be prudent and cautious. Once again, it was in the presentation where a fragmented approach is something that should not be, this is something that we have to avoid. Private and public, also the public sector are maybe fragmented, and even the companies are taking on a fragmented approach, which is quite alarming. And not only that, the perspective towards the Arctic, we do have the ones that want to use, the ones that to protect, and even the ones that want to use the Arctic have, well, different views on how to take advantage of the Arctic. But once again, this fragmented approach is not the right way to go. Typically, we've been using that same approach in other parts of the earth, which of course has led to this catastrophe. So once again, we need a single governance where we can coordinate all of these views and perspective. And especially when it comes to Korea and Russia, I hope that in terms of accessing the Arctic, we need to find a way to coordinate these efforts to make sure that it's not fragmented. In addition, Russia has both the public and the private sector, as it's the same for Korea. And when we all bring this together, we will have these four parties, the public and private of the respective countries, which means that there will be many variables that will come into play, and we don't know which direction this will take. Therefore, Korea and Russia, in terms of utilizing the coastal regions of the Arctic, we do need a systematic cooperation approach where we can coordinate the efforts of both the public and private sector of the two countries. For sustainable use of the Arctic, it's not something, it should be different from what we've been doing all along. We need a different approach, especially Industry 4.0. I want to make sure that this could be an option that we can take for sustainable use. The pollution, all of the issues that we have are man-made. The resources that we want to use in the Arctic will also have to do with putting in place ports and infrastructure and shipping routes. But all of these logistics facilities, if all of the people start to use this, I think that it can lead to major problems. So from the very beginning, if we can utilize Industry 4.0, the fourth industrial revolution technologies, and create a completely different picture in the use, I think that we can avoid what we've been doing all along to the Earth. We may be able to find a way to sustainably use the Arctic with better means. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Director General Lee. Thank you very much for your succinct comments. And he's mentioned that we really need to take a comprehensive view. The private and public sector also needs to have a systematic approach when it comes to the Arctic. And he also talked about adapting Industry 4.0 and the solutions. Thank you. Moving on, I would like to invite Professor Kim Swan, Professor Emeritus of Bukkyung National University. He will be giving us his comments on the presentations on the climate change and Arctic.
Thank you very much. As Professor Kim Beng-min mentioned, the logistics and their impact in the Arctic. Thank you very much for the presentation. Going forward, the climate in the Arctic will turn warmer and warmer, and as a result, much changes will happen in the Arctic ecosystem. As you know, the Arctic Circle, at the center is the high seas and coastal seas, and there are permafrosts well developed along the lands that surround the sea. In addition to the presentation, I'd like to say that with the change, I will look at the changes in the climate and what kind of impacts that can happen on the ecosystem and what we need to do. Yes, the slide is ready. If warming continues in the Arctic Circle, the sea temperature will rise and melt the sea ice floating on the sea. Many scientists believe that within a few years, we will not be able to see any ice during summer in the Arctic. And when water becomes warmer, the subarctic fish resources will move up northwards. And as the sea ice melts, in this newly opened water area, fishing can be possible, and that is why many countries are very interested in this region. This slide shows that boreal fishes have moved much closer to up north compared to the past. Not only boreal fish, but cod and the like will move upwards and upwards, all the way up to the highest latitude areas. In response to this possibility, to protect the fish resources, there have been much agreement and efforts made. In 2018, the CAO fishing ban agreement was signed, and for the meantime, in the near future, fishing will not happen, commercial fishing. In addition, scientific survey and joint research programs need to be set up with the Arctic and non-Arctic states. There are much changes happening on land and sea as well. As the land warms up, permafrost is melted, and many SOC infrastructure have bent or collapsed. And many of the dead animal bodies have been released that was previously buried under the permafrost. But as they are released, many of the ancient pathogens may come alive with much concern. We have already lost the year 2019 to COVID-19. If other pathogens or viruses are spread, there may be a greater risk that we must face. The next slide, please. The second slide, I would like to touch upon the possibility of a sudden temperature change. You can see the poster of the film The Day After Tomorrow, near the current level of scientific knowledge that we have. As for these possibilities, I want to look at the mammoths that used to live in Siberia, because we can see that this kind of a catastrophe is not unfeasible. Last year, I went to the Mammoth Museum in Siberia, and this is the stomach of the mammoth, which was found frozen. And inside, there was the grass that was not digested. So 1/6 of the mammoth's size is the size of its stomach, and you can clearly see the grass that is still there. During summer or spring season, the mammoths probably grazed on the grass, but suddenly an ice age came, and before the grass was able to be digested into the body, the mammoth died because of cold. And so that's how sudden the cold wave hit. So as the climate change takes place, we must pull together our wisdom to prevent climates from changing too extremely, all too sudden. And with that, I'd like to close my remarks. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Professor Kim. You touched upon how climate change is actually moving and motivating fish resources to move upwards, and changes that are caused to the infrastructure. You gave us a word of caution, and also you mentioned the impact on the ecosystem, and maybe another ice age could hit, which was a very interesting topic and very poignant. And for the final designated discussant, I'd like to invite Professor Ram Mi-kyung, who will present our views on the Arctic governance.
As introduced, I am from Peije University. I'm Lam Mi-kyung. It was a very long day from the very morning till now. We do have a very tight schedule. So let me continue on with my remarks. We've heard from Professor Mark Lantan and Professor Yu Jung-gu. It was a very compact presentation, but it covered many areas. Thank you very much for the presentation. In the morning session, I talked about the centennial of the Svalbard Treaty, and particularly Professor Mark Lantan, you are at the Arctic University of Norway, and I'm very happy to comment on your presentation. I have one question and one comment for the individual presentations, so it would be great if you can respond. So first, to Professor Mark Lantan.
You mentioned the Arctic security situation, and I agree with your views, because in fact, the issue of two solitudes, when we basically approach security, there is traditional and non-traditional security, and there is high politics discussions of military or security values, and the low politics of climate change, refugee issues, and other non-traditional side of securities. So all these two sides are present in the Arctic. I agree. But all these developments in the Arctic, I think today's key topic is how to engage in cooperation in the Arctic to resolve all these issues. As long as there are Russia and the US, the two superpowers, I think the same issues we see in the rest of the world simply move to the Arctic. We are entering an age of new securities. And because of there is the mounting challenge of climate change, other issues may be shadowed, but when Russia introduces new issues regarding the Arctic and other NATO countries are sending a naval fleet over to the Barents Sea. So when this is the reality, can we actually place priority on non-traditional securities in the Arctic? So I think that is why you also mentioned the two solitudes. And you concluded with an open question at the end of your presentation. So my question to you is, in 1996, with the Ottawa Declaration, the Arctic Council was established. Coastal, non-coastal states, 8 countries in total are a part of the Arctic Council. And with the current framework, the Arctic Council is quite laxed. However, it actually addresses various Arctic issues with a governance framework regarding indigenous people, energy development, environment, Northern Sea Route, and so forth. But there are superpowers who are a part of the Arctic Council, and for their own national interests, these superpowers do not cooperate even in the Arctic Council. In 2017, President Trump pulled out of the Paris Agreement, for example. So the logics of the superpowers are still at play, I think, even in the Arctic Council, which maintains a governance framework. So my question is, as the Arctic Council addresses various Arctic issues, how can we overcome the limits of this closed cooperation? As for Norway, I believe Norway may have some wisdom to share as a country who has maintained long years of relevant cooperation.
Professor Yu talked about the many actors, the many stakeholders, and also about climate change being a major factor in the governance. Of course, the Arctic region is multi-layered and there are many issues intertwined. In 2012, Korea has acceded to the Sarvav Treaty. In 2013, it became an observer state to the Arctic Council. The Spitsbergen, Nersen, we do have our Tasan station there. So in the future, Arctic will be a very important growth engine, and already we're seeing fierce competition underway in the region. So the strategic and economic value of the Arctic is being expanded. So then, the Republic of Korea, what kind of role or what kind of effort should be taken, whether it be for national interest or for world peace? What should we do? So I'd like to give you this very grand question. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Professor Rob posed a question to Professor Latane on governance. And there was also a question for Professor Yu as well, which was on the roles that Korea should take on in the future. So those were the comments from our panelists, and let us now give the floor to our speakers. Of course, Professor La has also posed some questions, so please, you may also respond to the questions as well as any additional comments. So, Professor Oksan, we have you on video. So then, let us first ask Professor Lantane to respond to the questions posed by Professor Rob.
Thank you very much. These are excellent questions, and certainly areas that are going to be discussed for quite some time, not only within the Arctic Council, but also in various other fora. In addition to the idea of two solitudes in terms of non-traditional versus traditional security, and these have been defined in many ways. Another example of two solitudes, though, has to do with the perceptions of Arctic security and cooperation from the governments of Arctic states, of the 8 Arctic states, and within the actual regions of the Arctic itself. Up here in Tromsø, it can sometimes feel like it's a very long way from Oslo, not only in terms of geography, but also politics. And in many other parts of the Nordic region, you do see some differences regarding what should be the security priority, what should be priorities for cooperation between country capitals and the actual Arctic regions. So when talking about future areas of cooperation, it's very important to note that to include Arctic communities, including indigenous peoples organizations, is very key. And one concern which very often gets brought up when we talk about the internationalization of the Arctic is, well, what will be the role of the actual peoples in the region, the 4 million or so people who actually live above the Arctic Circle? Now, in regards to dealing with the question of great power politics, yes, there has been definitely a concerted effort to try to keep the issues that, for example, have divided the United States and Russia kind of out of Arctic fora. But that is becoming a lot more difficult now because of the concerns about the kind of greater security presence that we are seeing in some cases in the Arctic. There's also the question of how best to incorporate the interests, the political and sometimes security interests of non-Arctic states. Now, there have been a few suggestions brought forward, like every so often the idea of an Arctic treaty, similar to what we have in Antarctica, is brought up. But certainly that would be very complicated both politically and logistically. An alternative, and I think we are starting to see progress here, is to look at areas which are of common interest to great powers, non-great powers, Arctic and non-Arctic states, including issues such as the fishing ban, such as the polar code, such as current discussions over the use of heavy fuel oil. So these are like small aspects of cooperation, which in theory could be woven together into something more solid, but it is going to take time. And certainly I'm not discounting the challenges that are brought up by kind of the increase of great power politics in the region. Not only the United States and Russia, but I would also add China to that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Lantain, for your answers. And next, I would like to give the microphone to Professor Yu Jun-gu.
Yes, Professor Ra, thank you very much for that important question, but it's also a very difficult question. So if I may just respond on a higher level, Korea, as an observer state, of course, there are certain limitations. But then again, this Arctic issue is also a global issue, but I do believe that Korea can contribute up to a certain extent. All of the panelists have mentioned what kind of contributions that we can make, and we should not have the national interest at the forefront. It should be, that is something that we should refrain from, to put national interests on the front burner, but rather confidence-building measures and capacity-building measures, and also the 5+5 model that's been emerging recently, where we put together an IUU or ban in the CAO region. And this can also be thought as an unconventional security domain. In marine environment, shipping, and climate change are some traditional, well, conventional issues that we have. But then again, I think that this is something that should be reflected in norm building in the Arctic region. And I do know that Korea can play a critical role here. Capacity building, confidence building, and norm building are the three pillars that I've already mentioned. And of course, Korea is a non-Arctic state. But still, I think that there is a great role that Korea can play as long as it puts in place the right policies in place. And I hope that Korea can continue on to contribute in this effort. Yes, thank you very much. Moving on, I would like to give Professor Kim Beng-min the floor. Professor Kim Soo-am has given us some comments. So is there anything that you would like to add? You can remain in your seat. Yes, Professor Kim talked about the importance of climate change and also the situation in the Arctic, and that we need to actively respond. So thank you very much for those comments. Today, with regard to such comments, and particularly Professor Yu talked about the articleization of global issues. This carries great meaning for me. We also heard about the 2035 Russian strategy, and there were some concerns that it may be too much centered on the development of the region. But it's true that it's very difficult to draw solutions under such a situation. The Paris Agreement, we had Russia on board in 2015. I do know that they ratified the Paris Agreement. So governance issues, when we see this in the Arctic, it's about making sure to keep your promises, keep your commitment. For instance, the leadership of the Arctic Council, once again, if for Russia to be a faithful player in the Arctic region, and as it will be upholding the chairmanship, I think that they need to make sure to strike the right balance. Of course, development is something that we cannot prohibit, but it's about striking the right balance to understand the impacts on the environment and also the impact of climate change, and we need to make sure to take on this balanced approach when we work on the Arctic.
Yes, we heard from all four designated the discussants and the three presenters in their response and additional comments as to what was discussed by the discussants. I wanted to ask a question, but we received a question from the floor. This goes to Professor Oksanen, who is still waiting for us and is calling in online. So this question goes to you, Professor. COVID-19 has had a huge impact on the Arctic community, which you touched upon during your remarks. In relation to this, Korea's policies in preventing the spread of the virus has been widely considered as a model example. So, do you think that at the Arctic Council's working group level, do you believe that there are some contributions that Korea can make in terms of preventing the COVID-19? What are your views on this? I'm not sure if the professor is muted. Professor, could you unmute yourself if you can hear me?
but I don't understand you at all. So, sorry. I understand there's a translation, but I cannot find it. So I only hear Korean, and my Korean is non-existing. Yes, I hear you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I'm not fully sure if there is capacity. Capacity is building up now for testing and tracking, and that is I think the important in the Korean solution that it's very stringent testing, but I think Korean experience is very much followed and copied whenever plausible in the Arctic countries also. Now, what is changing the game very much now is the vaccine, and outside the Arctic in Britain they are starting vaccination I think next week, and what it will bring remains unknown, of course, but we can only hope for the best, and maybe post-COVID area will start soon. I hope so. I'm sorry, my Korean telephone is ringing. I cannot turn it off. I'm not very technical. Now.
Have limited time. We are unable to accommodate any more questions. So I would like to just close up. So today's Arctic Policy Forum presented multitude of Arctic issues and possible areas of cooperation. And regarding the Arctic, I believe that there are opportunities for development and economic growth, and also, on the other hand, the task of environmental conservation. So I think that we have these 2 points of views pursuing these 2 goals. However, I think that these seemingly colliding views are headed in the same direction of cooperation. Arctic and non-Arctic states must bring down barriers and engage in cooperation. And I trust that what was discussed and proposed today will become a rich soil for expanded Arctic cooperation and pointed to the future direction for the Arctic cooperation. Most importantly, mutual understanding and cooperative spirit are key when it comes to expanding Arctic cooperation. We must all join in this effort. I would like to thank all presenters and discussants from home and abroad for joining us today. And I also like to thank all participants who have viewed this live stream online. Last but not least, using this virtual conference system, we were able to proceed with this success system. I would like to thank the IT staff and the interpreters for your hard work. And with that, we have reached the end of the Arctic Policy Forum. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all discussants and presenters for your views, and to the Minister Kim for moderating the final round of discussions. We have come to the conclusion of the 9th Arctic Policy Forum. Thank you very much for joining us until the end.